waking up, starlight, take me there. Yeah, I wanna fly, want gold, bankroll, wanna feel the rush of the front row. Paycheck, late again, barely hanging on to the apartment, doing it my way. Ain't nothing free about the freeway, but I'm miles off the ground. I'm leaving this home at city to burn, and I watch it go down. Ooh, 'cause that song gon' take me with it. Hey, and I'm building a fire, fire. Oh, I'm building it higher, higher. Oh, I'm gonna run this empire, higher. Oh, and if I go down in flames, the smoke gonna spell my name. Lipstick, red wine, long nights, it's a lifestyle. So good to the last drop. You can see me light up from the rooftops, but I'm miles off the ground. I'm leaving this home at city to burn, and I watch it go down. Ooh, 'cause that song gon' take me with it. Hey, and I'm building a fire, fire. Oh, I'm building it higher, higher. Oh, I'm gonna run this empire, higher. Oh, and if I go down in flames, the smoke gonna spell my name. And I'm building a fire, fire. I'm building it higher, higher. I'm gonna run this empire, higher. And if I go down in flames, the smoke gonna spell my name. Maybe it was magic, like that photograph that someone took of us. Something I imagined, 'cause when everyone said run, I fell in love. I wanted the fall, the fame, the diamond ring, the way my blood would rush. Like when we would drink too much, a crush on drugs, a worship of our luck. We got Jesus on the dash. It all goes fast when your kids in the big bad city. No time to crash. True romance in the light sun goes up, my heart goes down. I spent too long in this ghost town. Sometimes I wanna leave, I wanna get out. I can't stop now. I've seen so much, I can't forget this gallery inside my head. I paint it all black, it doesn't do shit. I can't stop now. So I focus on the next thing. I remember to keep breathing. Better think of something. Start that song. There's only one way up, only one way down. I don't know where to go. I can't stop now. Now you can pull me in, you can push me out. Still I'm on my way. I can't stop now. Now plastic legs coming out of cars. Click those heels down the boulevard. Made up names, cooking in a tar. Metal stars.
What's up, guys?
Swallow it down. When I get home, I spit it all out. But there's a bitter taste stuck in my mouth. It's in my mouth. So I focus on the next thing. I remember to keep breathing. I better think of something. Start that song. There's only one way up, only one way down. I don't know where to go. I can't stop now. Now you can pull me in, you can push me out. Still I'm on my way. I can't stop now. Now.
No, I didn't really get a lot of sleep, but I'm actually glad for that. I already exercised, so we can have a long stream, and then, go to bed early, and hopefully I can reset my sleep schedule today. And I've been going to bed at 6, 7 a.m. I've been getting out of bed at 3 p.m. minimum. So when I start fixing that, I'm gonna get back on track. And I'm starting to for some reason, that feeling I was having the past few days of just a really bad omen, I don't have that feeling anymore. I was talking yesterday about the serpent and whatever, and now it's different, I feel like I'm getting back to where I was before I started streaming. And that may sound bad, but you have to understand that in terms of the alignment of, my intellect with my soul, with my whatever, right? With my intuition and, my streaming has really put that out of whack. You guys know it's been a fucking roller coaster ride the past year. You look at my first stream, I came and I started streaming as this very polite, even soft-spoken, intellectual, and then I was taken through this roller coaster ride of, dealing with all this stuff about optics and just negative attention and how to deal with that, and I'm starting to feel a lot more confident about my understanding of how this shit works, and how to maneuver and chart my ways through this. And I think part of that has been the fact that we're starting to work together on optics, and that's all that matters to me. It's like the mods are with it, and I think we're gonna create a new role in the Discord, optics engineers. We're gonna call them Psi Warriors, right? And then they're gonna have a black name, like it's gonna be in black. Like there's blue, red, and this one's gonna be in black, and it's gonna be like the infrared KGB. And in order to get the role of a Psi Warrior, you gotta make good content for us. You got to make memes. Like the Max Sade guy, he's the fucking commissar of Psy Warriors. Max Sade is the commissar of Psy Warriors, right? People who just care, you know, we have to engineer optics and shit when it comes to people. You know, that's I'm really considering making that role. Get a girl. That's not really what's on my mind, you know. To be honest with you guys, what's been on my mind is Elden Ring. It's a game I didn't really want to have to confront and have to master or understand, but I'm starting to get it now. I don't care about the game. I don't care to play it. I don't care about the gameplay or gaming or beating boss. I care about like the theme and the story, because that guy Miyazaki, every time he releases one of these games, it serves as a literary device for me to like go back and re-appreciate a lot of stuff from literature. Don't spoil. Shut the fuck up, dude. Like, this isn't a Marvel movie. Of course I'm gonna fucking spoil it, man. You know, don't be so soy. What do we do? Like, what are you, like, fucking 13 years old? Don't spoil it. Who gives a fuck, dude? Like, I don't even care if gaming is just a very simple way to, like, organize a world. If I don't have the mental power right now to sit down and read books, fictional books. So, I've been really having really dark thoughts recently, you know, especially about just this issue of choice. You know, I've always been so fascinated with the fact that my will, my personal, like, okay guys, for example, I'm just a guy like you. I'm a random dude from Michigan, right? And so you have to appreciate my fascination for the fact that I can do things. I can act in such a way that's going to actually have an effect on like thousands of people, right? I mean, that really explains a lot of my behavior on Twitter. It's just a lot of what I do is just comes from this fascination of the fact that like, hey, I could just tweet, you know, I could just tweet a picture of Dick Butt. You know the cartoon Dick Butt? It's just a combination of a dick and a butt. And like, it'll have an effect. I can change people's perceptions. And that's so fascinating. I mean, it's teaching me a lot about... Thank you, Panda. It's teaching me a lot about the relationship between being an individual who has a will and who can make choices, and someone who's somehow determined by the public spectacle in some kind of way. But what Elden Ring was kind of teaching me is that, you know, not the game, but just the story, I guess. It's just the choices you make. It's almost like it's not that it's predetermined. It's just that, let me explain to you Elden Ring first, right? So Elden Ring is a game where, let me just put it this way. There's a big tree at the center of the world. And this is drawing from Eurasian mythology about the world tree, right? So there's a tree at the center of the world, which is like the source of everything, whatever, right? Yeah, I'm a Bloodborne guy, but let me explain this to you. So there's a tree at the center of the world, right? And what is a tree, guys? It's a trunk, right? It has roots, comes from a seed, it has roots. It's a trunk, one trunk. And then what do you have? Branches, right? You have all these branches. So what does that actually mean, right? Well, Elden Ring is a game about destiny and will, right? Our will. And it's inspired by Wagner's opera, The Ring, which I think this game is starting to give me a new appreciation of, right? That I didn't have before. You know, Wagner's Ring has always been a really big enigma to me. But this game, I think, has been a very useful literary device, as stupid and simple as it is, for me to really get what the point of Wagner's Ring is, right? And I've always been really suspicious of Wagner's Ring as well. I've always had these views on it, but You know, effectively what we're dealing with is, when it comes to a tree, is that each one of these branches, what do they represent, guys? They represent alterations in time, changes in the timeline that is created by authentic human choices, right? I mean, okay, Elden Ring's a very obvious game about what it's about. It's an open world game where you can make all these choices, and the theme reflects the gameplay form, right? Like, the tree is representing all the choices you can make in the game, and that's what that is, right? But to me, what the relevant thing that's interesting for me is the issue of will, right? It's an issue of will, and human will, and my will. And then what the tree teaches us is that there's a certain upper limit to the relevance of your choices, right? You keep making all these different choices and you keep drastically altering the timeline. You're free to do that. I mean, you can do that, right? But the more you do it, the more the significance of the choice diminishes. Because guess what, guys? Not a single choice can alter the trunk. The trunk remains the same. You can branch off and do all this all you want, but the trunk remains the same. You can't alter it with your choice. And to me, this has a very uncanny similarity with Lacan's notion of the symptom. Because my interpretation of Lacan's symptom is a kind of trunk, right? A symptom is not really a form like a square, but it's a kind of point in reality where there's just this limit, and no matter how much you fight against it or try to resist it or try to overcome it, it's just this impasse, right? That's there, that can't be changed. And the very attempt to overcome it is the impasse, right? But I've been really having these dark thoughts that, you know, these dark thoughts that, the contingency of a real will, a real choice, doesn't matter, right? It's just all predetermined and part of this predetermined order of the cosmos and order of the universe. And that, you know, there's all that bullshit about many worlds theory, which is basically the mainstream form of contemporary cosmology of the ruling class. So, to me, what I'm starting to take away from this is that I am defined by my symptom, right? I can try to post on Twitter and do all this shit all I want, right? But ultimately, it's the symptom that defines me. All the shit that I've been doing, right, is just the top of the tree, right? But I'm trying to alter the branch, and I'm not able to do that. And the more I try to alter the branch, the more the branches get smaller and smaller. So I should embrace the fact that I'm defined by a symptom. I shouldn't... You know, I used to know these things, but it's one thing to know it intellectually and actually live it as a streamer and as a content creator. So I'm gonna be smarter about my optics. You know, I'm never gonna respond to anything directly again. It's stupid. You know how stupid I am, guys? Like, someone will post a meme of me and I'll be like, that's not true factually, right? But I don't understand the fact that people don't care if it's true or false on a factual level. That's not how meme works, right? Nobody gives a shit. That the collapse came after astrology was supplanted by intentional alchemical ordering. Holy fuck, I didn't even think of... Hold on, give me a sec. All right. You can't post links in here. Who's mocking me? And it better be something important or relevant, because otherwise, I just don't give a shit. I really just don't give a shit. ACO rules. Alright. So let me talk about ACO rules for like 30 seconds. ACO rules is the most desperate, pathetic Destiny orbiter who... Let me tell you something about ACO rules. I invited her on my show once, and she sent me a DM like freaking out. She was like, "Oh my god, you have Anna on your show? Well, I will not be appearing on that show if Anna is anywhere near the Infrared Showdown, because, you know, we all understand, all of us Destiny orbiters, that Destiny doesn't like Anna. And if we're seen with Anna, he's not going to be like being seen with us." And that's why she's at 38 viewers now. So, you know, you don't have to be in here posting links to someone named ACO Rules who averages 30 viewers on Twitch, okay? Get back to the Elden Ring theory. Unfortunately, people aren't really here for that shit. They're here for the Ukraine-Russia news, which I will provide, you know. I'll definitely provide that. But, I just wanted to talk about this briefly because it's been on my fucking mind, you know? It is on my fucking mind, you know? It's on my mind and it's something I want to talk about. For a second. Is the YouTube migration still planned? Don't worry about it. Worry about it when I bring it up, okay? Worry about it when I tell you about it. Worry about it when I tell you about it. Don't worry about it, okay? So you mentioned it's about how the end of astrology and the beginning of intentional alchemy. That's extremely interesting. That is very interesting. That actually makes sense of everything. Holy shit, it's the same thing as Bloodborne. It's literally the same kind of critique of modernity. That's what it is. It's a critique of modernity. That makes so much sense. Holy fuck. That literally makes so much fucking sense. That is the key to the entire game. It's just weird how that's not really represented in a thematically direct way. Like, the tree is not really modern. It doesn't seem modern. That's what's so disturbing about the game to me. It's like, it's almost like a form of modernity without the technology, which is kind of scary, you know? Think of modernity without technology. Isn't that kind of scary? It's pretty terrifying. It's like ISIS, you know? Well, ISIS doesn't have technology, but yeah, that would be fucking hell. Think of the modern world just without technology. All of our modern mentalities and our modern point of view. It's a metaverse world we're transitioning to. That's an interesting interpretation. Okay, as I was saying, forget about Elden Ring for a second, okay? Just forget about it. I'm getting a lot of clarity though, you know, I'm starting to get a lot of clarity. I finally do understand my haters. I do get it now. I really understand it. I do get it. You want to know what it is? It's
looking up, starlight, take me there. Yeah, I wanna fly. Won't go.
It's like cell in, yeah. Can I say that word incel? It's not a slur. I just can't call people that, right? It's like a form of incel rage. That's what it is. When you see another person, specifically when you see another person enjoying themselves or being themselves or doing their own thing, you just get this horrible envy that they're taking it away from you, right? How can they fucking get away with that? They're not acknowledging you and your suffering and your pain and your problems, right? And your shortcomings. They're not acknowledging you, and they're getting away with it, and they're leaving you behind, right? And that's what it comes down to. It's a very serpentine view of the world. Let me tell you guys something. The eye which sees the serpent is also the eye of the serpent. When you have this cannibalistic mentality where, you know, everybody's out here to benefit themselves at the expense of others. When you're this sick type of evil fucking person, that's what it's about. Can we just be very clear, guys? We are not an evil community. We're not an evil community. We're a community of good people. We believe in humanity, right? Don't we believe in humanity? Don't we believe in human decency and the basic laws and norms of human decency and stuff? I mean, you know, there's even right-wingers who will look at you and they'll be like, you sound like a bitch. That's so soy. It's so soy to be human. Really? Is it soy to be human? And that is why you will never ever provide the foundation for a fucking family. That's why you will never ever be the foundation of any human community. You know? Because at a certain point, you gotta drop the bullshit. You gotta drop the pretentiousness that you're the baddest motherfucker on the block. And you gotta have the responsibility to raise kids. You gotta have the responsibility to take care of a community. And you don't get to be a fucking mean badass forever who's, yes, I am the most dark, satanic, Nietzschean, right-wing, fascist Nazi. And you're a fucking bitch is what you are. You're a fucking bitch. You're alone in the middle of a fucking cold. And all you are is a shriveled excuse for a human fucking being. Because guess what? The law of humanity is that it takes a fucking village. You're nothing, motherfucker. Without that village, you wouldn't be shit. And you're out here acting like you're some big bad motherfucker. I am a Nietzschean, pagan, Nazi, Satanist. And no, you're not, bitch. You're not any of that shit. You're not some tough fuck motherfucking person. You're a pussy. You're a fucking pussy is what you are. You're a psychopath. You're a pussy. You're an exile. You're a freak. And you're a degenerate. That's what you are. It takes a village to raise a human fucking being, you understand? And I'm sick of these motherfuckers out here acting like any trace of human decency. I'm not even talking about empathy or compassion, because I agree, that shit is cringe. But they take every expression of human decency and, you know, charity and good faith. They take that for weakness. It's like these people have the mentality of these psycho cannibals, but you're an adolescent. You're like a child. Thank you, Nobuuma. Thank you so much. You know, that's the mentality of a fucking child. You will never have the maturity to ever provide the foundation for any kind of fucking community. You'll never be able to raise a fucking family. You know? Why is empathy and compassion cringe? Because instead of thinking of it in terms of, let me put myself in another person's shoes, you should think of it in terms of, I will never be able to put myself in another person's shoes, but I will give others the benefit of the doubt that they're not to be treated like dirt. I will assume, without any guarantee or certainty, that other people are human. And if they're not, then fuck them, right? But you begin with that assumption. You can't put yourself in another person's shoes. You got your own fucking shoes to deal with. We are different people, you understand? We're different fucking people. Yeah, you can't be everyone's friend. I agree with that. I agree that you can't be everyone's friend. What do you think about anarchism? Cringe. Super cringe. No, I don't like this word compassion. I don't like this cringe shit. You don't have to have an intimate relationship with everybody you show basic respect for. I like respect. I don't like compassion. I like respect. Okay? I like respect. I don't like fucking compassion. I don't like that word. You know, these people, these so-called anti-establishment rebels who have the mentality of criminals and thugs, basically they're pagans, right? They have this mentality that being, you know, being the most inhumane is what's going to earn you respect and victory and glory and fulfillment and goodness and whatever, and that's what it's about. Destruction, wrathfulness, and cruelty only have the effect that they do when they're in the context of justice. The cruelty of justice, the wrath of justice, and the power of justice is where the real power comes from. But this like Hitlerite mentality, this satanic shit, absolutely fucking degenerate.
Lose a condition of the head. There is no prescription to forget.
It's the same fucking nihilism, right? Liberalism and Nazism. It's the same fucking nihilism. It's the same goddamn fucking thing. But I've seen people like, oh, that's so soy. That's so soy. You've got the mentality of a fucking criminal. Your mentality doesn't create human communities. Your mentality doesn't sow generations. Your fucking mentality is the complete death and destruction of all humanity. That's your fucking mentality. It's not only immaturity, this psychotic shit. It's the hired thug of anti-human Malthusian liberalism. It's the hired thug. These are the thugs they turn to when they need help, right? It's almost like you see it on social media. Whenever these liberals don't want to get their hands dirty with me, they send their little Nazi friends to go and do it. And they're all friends with each other. These liberals are friends with these Nazis, and they're like the hired thugs and criminals they use to implement their fucking agenda. What this is coming from is, don't interact with these people, don't go down that fucking rabbit hole, but it's this tendency on Twitter. They're called Bronze Age pervert. It's paganism. It's pure fucking paganism. And what it doesn't understand is that all the things it's trying to fucking worship, all of those things, no, not neo-reaction. Neo-reaction's more ambiguous. But all the things that those guys are trying to fucking worship, those are side effects. Those are side effects, right? First, you gotta be human, and then all the things that they're worshiping, like power and fucking bodybuilding strength and glory and might and whatever, those things aren't possible without some kind of fucking core. They don't exist in and of themselves, you know? There's several Dutch political parties that endorse the Great Reset. I don't know what that forum is, bro. What is that? Oh, it's a Nazi forum. Or I don't know, it's got swastikas. Where am I? I don't see myself anywhere on this shit.
Lipstick, red wine, long nights, it's a lifestyle, so good to the last.
Destiny said he's learning kickboxing because of me. When? Why? Can you show me? Don't DM me on Discord, or put it on Discord. You can't show it here, but like put it in Discord. What the fuck that is? I want to see that. He doesn't have the commitment. He doesn't even have the commitment. I don't know why he's doing it because of me, but he doesn't have the commitment. This dude can't even go to the gym and exercise. He doesn't even have any gains. He's gonna learn kickboxing? Okay. Let's say, hypothetically, he wants to, like, kick my ass or something, right? With no rules, right? I'm sorry, Destiny. Please learn kickboxing. It's not gonna do you any good. You're not gonna be on my fucking level. You learn fucking kickboxing. I'm sorry. Kickboxing works in kickboxing. It also works against an untrained fighter in general. But when someone actually has a more sophisticated reach of martial arts, kickboxing is what? Hey, he's worked out for like 2 years. Okay, learn kickboxing, Destiny. I don't give a fuck. First of all, you don't even have the discipline to do that. Second of all, it's not going to do you any good. It'd be better to learn wrestling, you know? What are you doing kickboxing for? Why are... you know, I've never even threatened Destiny at all before. I've never even threatened him. They always say I'm the one who takes shit over the top. But at the end of the day, whenever people say I'm insecure, guys, do I really put up a front? Do I really put up this front? Do I ever just be out here and I say, like, I am masculine? No, I don't. I feel like these liberals just see me that way, and they can't even believe their eyes, so they're like, oh, he must be faking it, or he must be insecure and compensating. Like, as if this isn't just how I fucking am. As if this isn't just how I fucking am. I got the seed, bitch. I got the keys to success. I got the seed, motherfucker. You are my tree. Your tree comes from my seed, bitch. That's from my seed. You're a fucking branch on the tree. I'm the fucking seed, motherfucker. That comes from me. You're a branch. You're a branch. That whole tree comes from me. Can I be honest, guys? This is my experience. If you're learning combat sports and you do it based on what everyone's fucking saying, you're a dumbass. I always hear people, Muay Thai, kickboxing. Do you... oh, my favorite one is Krav Maga. Are you really learning this shit because you know it's the best? Or is that what just society talks about the most? How many people do you ever hear about that are training in Sambo? You ever hear anyone train in Sambo? You ever hear that? I think Khabib's the only one who made people know about it. And Sambo's like the best. Holy fuck. When it comes to wrestling, like nothing tops it. Nothing. It's literally like invincible. But you never hear people talk about it. You just hear people fucking be like, watch Joe Rogan, and they're like, so, BJJ. And it's like, bruh. Yeah, Jiu-Jitsu, yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys, but Sambo, there's no cheat codes because Sambo's very hard to learn. Very, very hard. It's not a cheat code. But, that shit's OP, okay? What about people who do it for fun? Whatever. You know, I don't got time to do anything for fun. Everything I do is necessary except sit on the couch and think about fucking dragons. Yeah. Someone put it in the Discord where this dude is like, where Destiny said he's learning kickboxing because of me. I actually want to see that. I might post it on Twitter. Post it in fucking Discord. He didn't say it. I was joking. Oh my god, bro. You just ruined a lot of meme material. But, you know, Destiny's increasingly falling off in relevance, I think. I think Destiny will make it to Internet 3.0. He'll make it. He's ready. He's platform independent, so he's going to make it. He's going to be here for a little while longer. You know, he's not gone because he's gone on Twitch. I may be gone on Twitch. It's not like I'm going anywhere, right? So he's going to still be around. But the minute he's put in the same environment as right-wingers, he's going to be fucking eaten alive. He's going to be eaten alive. Yeah, I'm not gonna give any more clout. All I want to say though to talk about is any man who doesn't think that they exist because of mercy is bluffing. I'm the Nietzschean will to power slave. I have master morality, and I don't. You know what? Look, at a certain point, I get the whole slave morality thing. I get it. But at the same time, if you think you're a fucking god and you exist on this earth without the grace and mercy bestowed upon you by a higher power, whether that be your parents, to whom you owe everything, whether that be to your community, whether that be to your town, your hometown, whether that be, you know, your village, whether that be to your country, whether that be to humanity, whether that be to God. You exist because of the mercy of something. You don't just fucking exist because you have a will to power. You exist because there was a point where your mother showed you mercy. Your mother had you in your arms when you were a little pink infant, and she could have easily smashed you on the pavement if she wanted, and she didn't. She showed you mercy and grace. So don't be out here acting like you're a big, tough, mean badass. Because we were all that little pink thing one time in our life. Thank you, Dad, appreciate you.
Strong man clap.
Love is a condition of the head. Wanna push a button and reset, but you're still up in my skirt. I thought if you had a piece of me, I could keep the other 2 or 3.
Yeah, I don't know why it's always got to be represented against resentment against parents in the West. That's so fucking true. No, these are not Nick's people, okay? Nick's people are conservative and Christian, okay? These are pagans. These are Nietzschean pagans. Yeah, Nietzsche was one of the worst things to happen to the West. I agree with that. I actually completely agree with that. Why? I like Wagner. I don't like Nietzsche. I like Wagner. And also Schopenhauer, you know. But all that shit culminates in Freud. It's all Freud, you know? Nietzsche is cringe. And it's a bluff, and it's bullshit. It's total fucking bullshit. Why did Freud nail it? Well, just Freud turned it into a science, you know? He took some, he took some bluffing about, every kernel of what was true of Schopenhauer, Freud basically made sense of it. He said, okay, you're right about, but he put it to work. You know, he didn't just be this kind of incel who just sat all day looking like this. Look, how does Schopenhauer, what does he look like? Freud did something with it, you know? Schopenhauer was just butthurt forever. Thank you, Jan. Appreciate you. That Marxism is inherently eugenicist. I would like to debate that guy, James Lindsay. I will definitely debate him anytime. I'll debate that guy anytime. You know, how many of you guys get blackpilled while watching streams? You guys know I'm one of the few streamers that used to be a viewer too. I used to be a fucking viewer. You know that? I used to be you, watching me like this. And my experience with other chatters and how chatters interacted with me especially, the reactions I feel like a lot of, it's very easy to be a chatter and just get this idea of like, what is the meaning of this? What is the purpose of this? Like, is this guy just here to enjoy his own life, take my money, and fucking like not even care about me at all? Not even give a shit about me? But I like to consider myself the first Death Stranding streamer. And to me, a Death Stranding streamer is someone who recognize we're all stranded. We are all stranded. And I'm not gonna fucking be your friend directly. But I'm gonna talk to you from the other side. Like, you're gonna boot up your fucking interface, and I'm gonna be talking to you from Mount Everest or some shit. I was reporting in. It's like we're not gonna meet. We're never gonna meet. We're never gonna understand each other. We're probably never even gonna meet, right? We're probably never even gonna fucking know each other at all. But we're making a connection. Right? Like, you don't know me, I don't know you, but, you know, we've made this connection. Like, I'm not promising you that I'm gonna fucking fix your life or I'm gonna fucking, you know, really do anything for you at all. Yeah, that's how I like to look at it. Like, I really underestimated that whole incel rage resentment shit, because I think that's what the haters are all about. How can you shit on paganism but like alchemy? I value traditionalism, but I am not some terrible person just because I'm a Spinozist Nietzschean. Dumb generalization. Deleuze is, yeah. My personal opinion, and you don't have to agree with me, obviously, is just that if you're not a terrible person, you just haven't taken. I don't think you're a terrible person. I'll take your word for it. I don't think you are. Most people who are intellectuals interested in this shit are not, right? But I just think you haven't taken it. You haven't really fully taken this shit to its conclusion as far as how you live your life and how letting it define you, you know? Just really easy, you know? Most evil ideas don't really produce evil people, you know? Most people are, I guess, good, and then they have evil ideas, which they don't see as evil because they are relying upon a source of good that they haven't actually put into words, right? Yeah, it's very psychosexual, but I'm thinking right, I'm interfacing with chat right now and I'm putting myself in the chat's POV. I'm putting myself in the POV of a chatter right now. Give me a sec. You know what I think a lot of people have an issue with? They watch streams like this and they watch other streamers and they go, is this guy basically telling me I have no hope? Or is he going to try to give me false hope? Do I have hope? How can I enjoy life the way they're enjoying it? What hope do I get? So let me tell you guys. Let me tell you guys this. Nobody is far gone. Nobody's irredeemable. Nobody's irredeemable. You can be the best version of you, and you can be the best version of you. Trust me, you can. I wasn't, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm a relatively good looking guy. I'm relatively blessed in a lot of ways, and I'm very grateful for that. I've always been grateful for everything I've had. But if you feel like you're not blessed, or if you're tarnished, like an Elden Ring, like you were never graced, it's not true. It's a fucking miracle that you're alive. You were shown so much mercy just being alive. It's a miracle. Okay? It's a miracle that you're even alive in the first place. And you can spend your time envying others and wishing you can have things that they don't. Or you can be the best version of you and be grateful that you're even fucking here in the first place. You think I have it all? Motherfucker, I'm balding. I'm balding bad. Also, I'm 5'8". Not really that tall. I got flaws too. I skip leg day, If I can do it, you can do it. I don't take creatine. Most people who you envy take care of themselves a lot. Who's the top of Twitch, right? Who you think is like the most happiest person on Twitch? Probably Hassan, maybe, or maybe the old Hassan, right? Hassan, he used to take care of himself a lot. Dude, he took care of himself. He didn't just wake up like this. I think Hassan also used to be a little obese too, right? Who else, Literally everyone you can think of that you envy and you're like, oh, why couldn't I be born like that? You know how much work they do on themselves to not only look good, but just to have the confidence and whatever to be good. It don't come naturally to nobody. So what we do get naturally, you make the best of it. Not everyone gets everything, You make the best of it. Hassan is a narcissist. I don't like that shit, bro. I don't like that. I don't like that energy. Say he's narcissistic. That sounds like when people call me narcissistic. I don't think he's narcissistic. Why is he narcissistic? Dude just minding his own business. He's narcissistic because he's not narcissistic. That's the problem with Hassan, is that he's not narcissistic. Dude kind of is letting himself go, at least fashion-wise. And hair-wise. That's just my opinion. It don't hurt to be it don't hurt to take care of yourself and care about your image and shit. I could use some narcissism. Look at, I'm growing a neck beard. I didn't even shave this shit. I didn't shave this shit. Look how monstrous my beard has gotten. You think I do this intentionally? No. This monstrosity has happened because I'm lazy. Okay? It's because I'm lazy. But y'all gotta realize something. You know when I tell you it's a dog-eat-dog world? Everybody's out here. You gotta look after yourself. You gotta look out for yourself. There's nothing narcissistic about that. You gotta look after yourself. You know, you can't dedicate your life purely to others. You exist as a human being. You were put on this fucking earth. You're a red-blooded goddamn fucking human being. So eat, motherfucker. God put some food on your plate. So eat. It's a feast. Eat. Ain't nothing narcissistic about that. Nobody should be living in this fucking life with their head down. Oh, I'm gonna live my head down because I don't want to disrespect others. I don't give a fuck about that. You know, I go out to the gym. My head, I'm walking straight. I'm being all of my vitality, all of my energy. And people look at me the wrong way as if I'm stepping on their shit. Bitch, why don't you be like me? Why, so I could live like a peasant like you with my fucking head down? So I could live my life like a fucking peasant like you? Fuck no. Live with your chin up. And if people think that you're stepping on them or you're offending them, fuck them. You're living like a bitch. Yeah, every man a king. That's what I believe in. Every man a king. That's what I believe in. We all can eat. We can all eat. We can all have the opportunity to eat. We're not going to have a handout where it's just going to be given to you, but we can all have the opportunity to take. We can all have the opportunity to take. And if there's a dispute, you settle it in a human way, you know? That's what we're all here for. You know, a lot of people are like, Haas, wealth differences come from competition over resources. No, they don't. Even if we all had equal access to all resources, some will still be wealthier than others. If you don't understand this, you're fucking stupid. Like, let's say there's a banana. And there's me versus some other dude on an island. Oh, fuck. That's so... Okay, that's a little erotic. I'm sorry. That's a little weird. That's a little weird. Okay, it's not a banana. It's a coconut. It's not a banana. Okay? It's not a banana. But let's say it's me, some other dude on an island, and there's a coconut, right? Even if we share the coconut, which is what you should do. You shouldn't, what, you're gonna kill someone over a coconut? Share the coconut, right? You share the coconut, but even then, you're still gonna have wealth differences. Let's say, for example, you divide the island in two. You get this island, I get this island. You know, this dude may work harder than you. This dude may get more lucky than you, right? You're equal, but there's things you couldn't... See, look. Let me explain to you communism. Even if we're all equal, even if we all are equal, you know, you want to know why total equality will never work? It's not because there's not enough resources. There is enough resources. You just can't account for those resources in your rationing. There's wealth. The reason, let me tell you guys, this is gonna blow your fucking mind. We don't have wealth differences because of scarcity. We have wealth differences because of abundance. There's too much wealth and resources for us to be able to account for. When we account for resources and we make everyone equal, we're only accounting for the resources we know of. What about the ones we don't know of that other people managed to discover that we didn't take into account? That's how some people get richer than others. And as Deng Xiaoping said, there's nothing wrong with that. To be rich is glorious. There's nothing wrong with that. To be rich is glorious. Because even if we're all equal, some are still going to be more rich than others. And that's fine. It's not because they're taking away from our common pool. Our common pool, we're all equal, right? It's just that they're finding out other things and they're getting rich off of it, right? And then at a certain point, when all of our society becomes dependent on those things, then we can become equal again and we can keep the cycle going, right? Yeah, communities that are more resource insecure are the ones that are more giving, right? That's the truth. That's the truth. Yeah, we can't all be Michael Jordan. Some of us are going to be wealthier than others. You know what, guys? Let me tell you the mentality you should fucking have. If another human being gets luckier and let's say we're all equal and then someone else gets richer than you, you should say, thank God, that person's blessed. Bless them. Bless them. Everything we have in life, we owe to God. Where none of us are gods. We all owe it to God. It's good for there to be beautiful things. It's good for there to be abundance. It's good for there to be happiness and wealth and for other people to be able to be happy. That's a good, you can either have more happiness or more misery, right? When you're knocking on someone else's success, what are you doing? You're saying, I want more misery in the world because I can't have the success. Motherfucker, you're not having it either way. Let's say, okay, let me tell you what, guys. Let's say there's a dude mad about being bald. Me in 1 year. And I'm looking at other dudes with perfectly intact hairlines. And I'm saying, fuck that dude. I hate that guy. What am I actually saying? Because motherfucker, I'm bald either way. So the only difference is that do I want a world where everyone's bald? Or do I want a world where there's hair? And you know what? I want a world where there's hair. Fuck that, I'm competing. Bitch, competing for hair? What are you gonna compete for? Butt hair to put on your head? I'm going bald and I want all other men to be bald too. That's a satanic mentality. That's literally the mentality of Satan. Because the only reason you want other people to... Let me explain to you the wisdom. The only reason you want other people to be bald is because it hurts you to have to be bald and you want everyone to share your pain. It hurts you to be reminded of what you lost. But instead of having that mentality, why don't you have the mentality of, since you love hair so much, aren't you grateful that at least some people can have hair? It's better for some hair than none. That's the mentality you should have. That's the mentality you should have. Competing to have more success of bald heads? What are you talking about? No, Vosh having hair has been the #1 source of me being able to cope with my hair loss. Because if a dude like Vosh has a full thick head of hair, it can't be that spiritually a sign of virtue, Because, my whole thing is like, oh, bald means there's something wrong with me. But if Vosh has got a full thick head of hair, it can't mean that, So I'm grateful he has hair. I'm very grateful he has hair. If someone gets cooked, should they be grateful that someone has had a chance with their wife? Bruh. Hell no. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's an incel rage mentality, okay? Because let me tell you why. Now, let's say... Okay, you know what? It's okay to be jealous that dudes are with women you like. It's okay to be jealous. But just don't be too jealous. Just be like, oh, fuck that guy, and just keep walking. Don't do anything about it. Don't be resentful and angry about it. But you can say fuck him, But you know what's beautiful about that? You don't have to actually hate the guy. You could just be a little bit like, fuck that guy. Bro, because he's already winning. What do you need to fucking, he don't need you to suck his dick or whatever, he's already winning. So you can be happy for someone, but also like, fuck that dude. Actually, you know what? Let me tell you the truth. If this is my community, my people, my tribe, and one of my brothers then is with a beautiful woman, I'm not gonna say fuck him. I'm gonna say, I'm grateful for you, bro. I'm grateful for you. But, not mine, but his own, right? I'm not gonna be jealous and resentful. Matter of fact, I'm only jealous and resentful if it's an enemy. If it's like that Tom Holland guy. Yeah, I'm gonna be mad. Because I hate that guy, right? But in an ideal human world of a universal human world or whatever, you should be grateful. You should be happy. You should be happy you got somebody who's found happiness in life, whatever, right? Why not just focus on you? That's what I do. That's what I've been doing. But I've also been dealing with these optics problems, so I have to start thinking about others now, It's all about Candace Owens. I don't trust Candace's husband. I don't trust, I wish I could get a time machine before she had kids, and then I can slide in those DMs. But it's too late now. Anger too is instinctive. Just because something's instinctive doesn't mean you're not responsible for it. Huh? Like, for example, it's it's instinctive to me when I see fucking Tom Holland, and I hate that guy. That's because I was born that way? What if I turned out to be Tom Holland? Huh? I could have turned out to be that way. Elden Ring. Open world. Choices. I'm just kidding. I could never be that motherfucker. I'm sorry. There's nothing in me that has the potential to be that. There's nothing. 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 The more famous I get, the more Tom Holland will know that I'm against that guy. I'm always going to talk down on that guy. Even when I'm Hassan level, I'm going to go on stream and I say, fuck you, Tom Holland. 50,000 viewers. I'm calling him out. He's a fellow 5'8 king. Like I said, he's a 5'8 king who is a late bloomer. I'm a 5'8 because I was an early bloomer. I had an Osama bin Laden beard at 11 years old. So I stopped growing. This dude he's the one who tattletaled on me in middle school. Because Oz is too aggressive. He's too mean. Motherfucker, it ain't my fault that I became a man before you. Motherfucking pipsqueaks telling on me in middle school. Man, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up.
The sun goes up, my heart goes down. I spent too long in this ghost town. Sometimes I wanna leave, I wanna get out. I can't stop now. I've seen so much, I can't forget.
But I feel like I've gotten to the point. I've gotten to the point, optics wise. I understand this. I know what infrared is. I understand what infrared is. And guys, let me tell you something. We're here. 1 year later. We're out here. Marxism, Leninism in the age of multipolarity in the post-COVID world. We made it. We made it a thing. We're not there yet of CPUSA 2036, but we made this a thing. Everyone knows who we are now. We made it a thing. Rejoice. Rejoice. We made it. Putin threatened against Marxist Leninism. No, he didn't. What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about? Yeah, we're gonna watch Caleb on Jimmy Dore. We're also gonna cover the news. Why am I pausing right? Because I'm thinking. I'm thinking, guys. I'm thinking.
I live a picture in my head, colors soaring as I float above my body in my bed, yeah. And I wonder if I'm dead, saw the white light flicker, so I wake up in a sweat, cold red. Sirens going off, about something that I dreamt. Thinking about the shit I never told you that I meant. I can shake it off, chloroform, peace and rest. But you know all I ever really wanted was a friend. Tell me all your sweet, sweet little lies, all about the dark places you hide. Tell me all your problems make.
Here's the truth, guys. Infrared is international in scope. In a sense, we have an international audience. We talk to people around the world. But I'm gonna tell it to you straight. I'm gonna tell it to you straight. Infrared is American. This is about America. Because this is the American internet. When we're on Bilibili, it's not, it's not. But you have to, when you're on a platform, you're part of America's story. This is about America. This is America. This is an American live stream. And around the world, you have a right to be a part of this. Especially if the America monopolizes your internet, you have a part to be about this. But if you don't live in America and you're part of a communist party, you should make it part of your program. Let's build our own platforms, build our own fucking internet. Platform independence is so important for a country to be sovereign. You know? So that's what I wanted to say. Now, this is a good transition. Because... hold on. Alright, guys.
Was a knight in shining armor in your movie. We'll put your lips on mine and love the aftertaste now. I'm a ghost, I call your name, you look right through me. You're the reason I'm alone. I should try to fix my pride, but that shit's broken. That shit's broken, yeah.
I want to say something, guys. So I never knew who this guy was. Madison Cawthorn. I never knew who this guy was. We're going to get right into the Ukraine-Russia stuff, but I have to cover this first. I don't know who this guy is. Right? I don't know who this guy is.
Was the prototype, like 3 stacks on that CD. An example of the perfect candidate now. All your girlfriends say that you don't wanna see me. You're the reason that I just can't concentrate. I should try to fix my pride, but that shit.
Let me be honest with you. I respect the hell out of this kid. I respect the hell out of this kid. This was such a noble fucking thing to do. And I'm gonna talk about it for a little bit, right? I'm gonna talk about it for a little bit. I know maybe the Democrats are all jumping for joy about it. But let me tell you about this patriot, Madison Cawthorn. Let me tell you about this guy. So he's a Republican. He's a populist Republican. And he's also a Christian. And as we're seeing, he's clearly in politics because of conviction. Not because, not because he's a grifter or whatever the fuck. It's out of conviction, right? This dude got into politics because of his beliefs, because he wanted to bring justice. He's a veteran. He's also disabled, if I recall correctly. And he got into Congress based on a mandate from the people. He's a populist Christian. He also called Zelensky a thug. Also called Zelensky a thug. And you know how fucking rotten and sick our fucking establishment is, with all these, both the Republicans and the Democrats. Just all sorts of perversion and filth, sickness and evil. And he didn't know about that. So he went to Washington on a mandate from the people. And these sicko fucking politicians invited him to cocaine orgies, to things that are unbecoming of a Christian politician and a conservative politician. And he blew the whistle on the whole fucking thing. He blew the whistle on this. And he decided to go to the public and tell them. And you know why I think that's so fucking brave? Because he's not being loyal to the Republicans. He's not being loyal to the fucking Republican establishment. He's putting his principles first. I don't know who he is, but this shit makes me trust him. This shit makes me trust that he's a real one. That he's willing to expose that to the public. He didn't name names, I think. Of course they were trying to blackmail him to get photos of him with cocaine and with women. Of course they were doing it to blackmail him. That's how these people get people, right? That's how these people get hated on. So let me get this straight. So these fake Republicans, who have always been part of the Republican establishment, are out here pretending to be Christians, pretending to be conservatives and fighting for the conservative agenda, despite also being neocons and warhawks, despite also selling the skin of the American people, shearing the American people like sheep, selling them out to these big corporations and these fucking companies where the people are deprived of their rights and their dignity and their homes, and they're in bed with BlackRock and fucking Wall Street and all these sick fucks. And what are they in private? We all know about their fucking hypocrisy. I pointed this out in my speech to the CPI, that these Republicans are not real conservatives. They're degenerates. They're degenerates just like the royal family of the French monarchy was, and the aristocrats and the so-called defenders of the church and religion and tradition. They're all frauds. But Cawthorn, he's not a fraud. He is a real conservative. He's a real Christian. And he put that before defending the optics of the Republican Party. Now, I find that so fucking noble and so brave and so admirable. I talk about third parties, and a lot of people are thinking, Oz, that's just a losing game. Third party, there's no hope for it. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But we need a tribune of the people free from this machine. We need a tribune of the people that's not part of this machine. And people like Madison Cawthorn would be welcomed with open arms into such a tribune of the people. It's exactly Republicans like Cawthorn that are the reason we turned our backs on the Democratic Party. Because in that Republican Party, there's a lot of good people. There's a lot of good people. Cawthorn being one of them. This is a good, noble person. And they have my full respect for coming out into the public. And how are the Democrats coping? How are the leftists and the Democrats coping with this one? Huh? What are they going to fucking say? What are they going to say? That Cawthorn is, Oh, you know what they're going to say? Let me tell you what the response is going to be. It's going to be, Madison Cawthorn is a fascist. Why is he trying to... He's a Puritan. Why wouldn't he just have fun? He's trying to shame those Republicans. He's trying to slut shame the Republicans. That's what they're going to say. Russian propaganda. They're going to defend their fellow buddies in the Republican establishment against a true champion of the people. And Kevin McCarthy plans to talk to him about it. Now let's see what Cawthorn actually said. Let's read it together, what he actually has said to cause all this commotion. We got another Alex Stein video for later.
Alex.
All right, we're going to put that later.
North Carolina.
All right. So this is actually the kid, and God bless him. He's, you know, you can see people are good people when, you know, they look like this. You know, he doesn't look like this grotesque fucking monster that you see on the Democrat side and the left, and also the establishment Republicans. You know, this is a good person.
Congressman Madison.
This dude's got Jackson energy, you know? He's got that Jackson energy.
North Carolina Congressman Madison Cawthorn says fellow lawmakers invited him to an orgy and did cocaine in front of him. Cawthorn made those comments in an interview where he was asked if working in Washington is like the Netflix series House of Cards. He also said that he's seen people who lead anti-addiction efforts doing drugs. Earlier this month, Cawthorn found himself in another controversy over his comments where he called Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky a thug.
And you're telling me the leftists are my friends and not this guy? Let's see more. We need more. Cawthorn. It was the Warrior Poet Society podcast. So let's check it out. This is where it was.
Was it? Yeah. And so anyway, very, very powerful guy. And it was just kind of like his secret life of all this corruption and power and money and perversion. And it was just dirty. How much, in your opinion, because you've been behind the veil, is this a fictitious show? Or is this more closer to like a documentary? Is it that bad?
So I heard a former president that we had in the 90s.
Hold on. Some news. All right, apparently Jen Zedong's server they got a message saying that they have offending content in regards, so, we're fine because we didn't get the message yet, but let me tell you guys what's going to happen, just to be clear. If any of you guys were worried about if Discord bans our server, are we all going to be fucked? They're giving out warnings. So they sent Jen Zedong a warning where they were like, we'll give you time to remove the offending content in accordance with our new terms of service. So if we get that message, we're pretty much just going to nuke our server and wipe it clean of probably everything, right? Just to be safe. And then we're going to enforce a new strict TOS. So yeah. We're going to do that. Give me a moment. This has been outside since forever. Pretty insane, huh? Anyway, let's watch the interview where he talks about this.
He was asked the question about this. And he gave an answer that I thought was so true. And he said, the only thing that's not accurate in that show is that you could never get a piece of legislation about education passed that quickly.
And everything else is good?
Aside from that, I mean, the sexual perversion that goes on in Washington, I mean, being kind of a young guy in Washington, with the average age is probably 60 or 70, and I look at all these people, a lot of them that I've looked up to through my life. I've always paid attention to politics, guys that, then all of a sudden you get invited to, like, well, hey, we're going to have kind of a sexual get-together at one of our homes. You should come. And I'm like, what did you just ask me to come to? Yeah. And then you realize they're asking you to come to an orgy. Yeah. Or the fact that, there's some of the people that are leading on the movement to try and remove, addiction in our country. And then you watch them do, a key bump of cocaine right in front of you. And it's like, wow, this is wild. And then
there you go. He's exposing the elites. He's exposing the elites.
There's also kind of the whole espionage aspect of what goes on in Washington of, so many people trade in secrets, and there's a currency to secrets. And so it's wild. And then, there's members of the media, the journalists, who kind of will keep nasty stories about you or about other people on a shelf. And then if you're about to kind of speak out against something they don't want you to, they'll come out and say, well, we're about to drop the story of when, 17 years ago you did X, Y, and Z. And you don't want us to drop that story, do you? So we're going to bully you back into this position.
Practically, let's say that all of a sudden I was going into office. By the way, I have no political aspirations, zero. And people are always like, John, run for office. It'll be, nope, absolutely not. I'd like to support people that have that calling. I have no desire to do that. But let's, as a little thought experiment, I am just elected, Congress, Senate, whatever, and I get in there and I go through my orientation and I have my good values and stuff. And
Why didn't Ilhan Omar talk about this? Isn't she Muslim? Why doesn't Ilhan Omar talk about this? Huh. Interesting.
I stand for something like many other before. How does that slippery slope actually get in front of me? Our current president, you know, he's been in public service for 50 years at a certain salary, which is kind of like, it's good, but it's not great. You can't become a lavish multi-millionaire with all these different houses, and the math doesn't.
All right, Huncho, you just lost your chat privileges for one day. Good job. There we go. The Huncho comment of the day. Better luck next time. See if you can maintain some decency tomorrow. Okay.
Work like the battery example. That was a real example.
That's
right?
a real example. Yeah. No. Right before we announced we were going to add about 700,000 electric vehicles to our federal fleet, I noticed because if you go to I think it's CEOwatchlist.org, you can see the trades that publicly traded companies, CEOs, and anybody in the C-suite are making, or what all trades members of Congress are making. And so we all kind of monitor that just to see what's going on. And I noticed a lot of people in the majority party were buying stocks that had to do with some kind of battery, some kind of technology for electric vehicles. And then wouldn't you know it, about a month or two later, it was then announced we're adding 700,000 electric vehicles to the fleet, and then all those stock prices just jumped. Whether you're investing in lithium mines, whether you're investing in the people who actually manufacture batteries, whether you're investing directly into companies that make electric cars, and so that's a way people can make money, is through this kind of version of insider trading that people can do. But we are limited.
He's exposing corruption.
On our ability to have any kind of earned income. You can have passive income, but you can't have any earned income. And so you can't sit on a board and get a salary for it or anything like that. But what you can do is you can have your spouse put as chairman of this company. You can have your spouse saying that she's going to be, or he or she is going to be a consultant to this firm. And next thing you know, they're getting a paycheck for really not doing anything.
Could your son?
Your son? Oh. Yeah.
See what you did there?
But when you first get to Washington, John Lovell just got elected, and don't run for Congress. It is an honor and a privilege to be able to help people so much, and to be able to cut through bureaucratic red tape that takes people years to get through, and bring life-saving care to these people. It's incredible. But Washington, D.C. is a pit of vipers, and I am there just for a quick purpose. Most of the people that get elected is the best job they'll ever have. That's why they never.
He called it a pit of vipers. Bunch of fucking corrupt scumbags. And we all knew it. But it's beautiful to see a true patriot stand up and expose it. This is like my AOC. You know how progressives have AOC? I got this dude. This is my AOC in Congress. And I'm going to actually try to reach out to him. I'm going to talk to Jackson about this for me, Jackson, and Samira's podcast. Me, Jackson, and Samira are launching a podcast sometime next week. And I'm going to talk to them. Let's get Madison Cawthorn. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. I don't even get a fucking fork. Not even a plastic. Fuck the fucking oceans, man. got a PSA for these motherfucking restaurants trying to be eco-friendly. Bitch, it's not a virtue to make me eat with my hands or with a spoon when I should be using a fork. It's not a virtue.
I don't want to lose it. I think this is probably, aside from the honor of getting to serve my constituents, working in Washington is like the worst job in the world. I could be at the mountains of Western North Carolina. I never want to go that close to the Mason-Dixon line in my entire life.
Yeah.
If you don't eat with your hands, you're a fake Arab. Then call me a... Then call me a fake Arab, motherfucker. I don't care. I don't do that shit. I eat with fucking forks and knives and utensils.
But so anyways, you get elected, hypothetically. Once you get to Washington, freshman orientation is very enlightening. You learn a lot of the procedures, but it's also made to be very, I'm not sure if this is the right word, but obsequious. It's difficult to understand. You get told information, but it's not explained to you in a way where you understand exactly what needs to happen. And so therefore, you start relying heavily on your leadership.
Should we finish the Keystone Pipeline? What do these indigenous people actually want? The leaders? Nobody ever tells me what they're actually demanding. We should listen to their demands. Let's listen to their demands. Does it violate treaties? We gotta follow the law, guys. Follow the law. Come to a deal. Make a deal with them. Give them more money or give them more land or something, and then come to a deal, you know? Okay, beyond that, yes, we should. All right, treaties and water safety. All right, make a deal. Work out a deal with them. And if they are just like absolute, well, you got to follow the law. You got to follow the law, guys. Can't be violating treaties and doing that shit. But if it wasn't for that, I would say, fuck yeah, make that pipeline, make more pipelines, drill more oil, more fracking. I support fracking, by the way. I support it.
The people who are elected, whether it's the Speaker of the House, the Minority Leader, whoever it is, we have a pretty good leadership team in Washington right now for my side of the aisle. But then you have to heavily rely on people who have been there for a lot of years or people who are elected to leadership in Washington. And this then starts to consolidate power within the leadership because instead of having, you need 218 members to vote for this. Well, this one member might control 70 votes. And so then they can really throw their weight around because not only now they're not just representing 700,000 people, we're talking 7 million, we're talking 70 million. And so the way that Washington works, the way that you start to get bought, the way that you start to lose the power over your vote, is that you start asking leadership, well, hey, what should I do in this situation? I don't really understand what this bill is doing. Can you walk me through this? And then all of a sudden they will tell you, oh, well, yeah,
He's explaining why AOC sold out.
You just want to vote for this. And then your voting record starts going down this trail that you don't no longer have popular support of the people to support your campaigns. And so then you're starting having to rely on these special interest groups, these super PACs and these organizations who...
Right. Because they go, like AOC, they go to Washington and they act like it's college. What does the teacher say I should do? Professor Nancy, Dumbledore, what should I do? How should I vote? Y'all send me to Washington. I don't know I understand this shit. I'm a psychopath. I don't listen to other people. I never studied for one test in my life. I cheated on every test. I don't care what the professor says. You understand? They go to Washington and they're like, what do the experts think I should do? There are no experts. Do whatever the fuck you want. Do whatever the fuck you want. I would go to Washington. I wouldn't cooperate with nobody. I'm going to vote the Haas way. And I'm going to chill maybe with Rand Paul. Because that's Ron Paul's son, so he can't be that bad. I'm going to chill with all the outcasts, and we're going to just do nefarious shit. I'm gonna go to Congress and cause trouble. I'm not gonna make friends with, I'm saying AOC, oh my God. She went to Congress and made friends with everyone and went to martini parties. Woo! She fucking, she became friends with these fucking people. Oh, I really like you, Nancy. Oh, you made cookies. Oh, you made brownies. And then she made fucking friends with them. And she sold out because she was literally an immature child who went off to college out of high school, and she's like, well, I have to fit. You know how people do that shit. I have to fit in, and I have to make friends, and I have to decorate my dorm. And meanwhile, how is Haas? How does Haas act? How does Haas act in college? I go to college. I don't study for shit. I don't make no friends. 5-minute doggy every day, being loud, getting kicked out for being too loud. That's how I do it. You understand? Now, if I go to Congress, I'm not going to sell you this idea I'm a Puritan. So if there's other Congress people, I'm saying, and we got something going on, I'm saying I might be doing 5-minute doggy all throughout the house. Raising the roof. You understand? But I would never, ever, ever compromise nothing. I'm going to be playing with these Congress people's hearts. I'm going to be texting Nancy on the side, like, oh, Nancy. I'm going to be playing with her heart and shit, making them fall in love with me and all that shit, playing them against each other and shit. I'll be the puppet master, bitch. I got my agenda. But these other people, they go to Congress and they make friends with everyone and, they're doing all this, What's your social circle? If I go to DC, I'm not going to chill with other Congress people. I'm going to chill with my people. And I'm not going to be friends to no one. I'm not going to be friends with no one. No one.
You want to see their legislation passed, not necessarily because it has to do with your district, but because it helps their business. And so these people are called lobbyists. How do
I do the Congress thing? How do I get sent to Congress? You know what? I feel like I want to do this. How do I do it? I'm going to be a rugged, I'm going to talk to my people of Michigan. I'm going to give speeches and shit. I'm going to go to Congress. If AOC can do it, I can fucking do it. And I'm gonna raise hell. And I might do it on the Republican ticket. I don't know. Maybe independent. I'll raise hell. Straight up. How do I do this shit? Yeah, I want to run. I think I will. Should I just do it? I'll just fucking do it. Anyone can do this shit, right? I'll just fucking do it, bruh. I'll just do it. Anyone can do it. And they're gonna dig up so much shit from my archival past. I don't give a fuck, bitch. Dig up all the dirt on me. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna be on a podium giving a speech, and a reporter's like, Hans, but on Twitch, you said this about women. I'm gonna say, 5-minute doggy. I'm not gonna give a fuck what anybody says, bitch. I'm gonna double down, triple down, quadruple down.
very fortunate in my position to where, I get, probably $5 from 500,000 people a year. Versus most people who have to rely on that $7,000 or $70,000 check from one individual person. Yeah. And so if I have a normal American who gives me $5 because they believe in something I'm saying and what I'm standing for, they're not going to feel like they have the gumption to show up and say, I need you to do this really backwater vote for me because I gave you $5.
Right.
Here's the position I'm going to sell my Michiganders. I'm going to say, I'm going to go to Congress and raise hell for you. I'm going to go to Congress and I'm going to raise hell for you. Wait, why haven't more people done this, though? Think about it. If it's so easy, why haven't more people done it? Like, why didn't Voss do it? Can I just literally just do this? Because they have an internet. Who cares? What's stopping me from doing this? Why shouldn't I do it? Jank tried and he failed? Fuck. Is Jackson live right now? I'll call him right now and ask him. Is he live? If he's not, I won't. Is he live? Yes or no? Is Jackson live? He's not live. Okay, I'm gonna call him. Oh, he took the day off? Oh, he said 1 second. All right, he'll call me back. I think I should do it. What's gonna stop me? First of all, as a congressperson, do I literally get to just sit on my ass all day and like vote? That's all I do? What do I do like for 8 hours of the day? What do I have to do? Can I stream while I do it? I mean, because I'll stream the whole thing. Nothing. I'll literally stream the whole thing. You will work only 1/3 of the year, but what does it mean to work? What do you do when you work? Don't you just vote on shit? Because I'm not gonna be making friends with people. I'm gonna just be in Congress and I'm gonna just vote. I'm gonna just vote. Yo, Jackson, I'm live right now. Listen, I gotta ask you something. Can I put you on speaker? Yo, what's stopping us from just running for Congress?
It's a good question.
If
For me
yeah.
personally, I'm 22 years old.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Who's the youngest person in Congress right now?
Madison Cawthorn,
How old is he?
25 or 26.
Bro, let's do it. I could do it. You could do it. 22 is fine. Cawthorn got in. Cawthorn's based as fuck, bro. Let's go to
Legally, you have to be 25 years old.
Oh, okay. I think I'm just gonna do it, and I'm gonna like be friends with Cawthorn. We're gonna make our own friend group, and then you come in, and we're gonna have our own social circle. And I was saying this, I was saying everyone who goes to Congress is too much of a pussy to like pursue their own path. They just make friends with everyone, and they like, they buddy with all these politicians. What if we just ignored everyone and just caused trouble?
You'll probably get Scott Ritter.
What does that mean?
Look up what happened to him.
Oh, they dug up some shit about him?
He was UN weapons inspector in Iraq, and his story's pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing that bad in my past, though. There's nothing. Like, they can't catfish me, none of that. I'm very careful. Also, I'm going to double down on every, like, problematic thing I've ever done.
His was not in his past, though. They set him up to make him look bad, and then, like, basically erased him from public view.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be able to do that to me.
I don't know.
Like, bruh, that woman who's catfishing me, you know about her? She's like 40 years old. Or she presents herself as that. So it's like they couldn't do that to me.
Alright. Well, I'll support you in your effort.
So are you gonna do it when you turn 25?
No idea.
I don't.
You need a party now. You have to run with a party.
I'll probably do Republican, but how easy is it?
Not easy.
Why not?
I mean, you gotta raise a lot of money. They're gonna have hate campaigns against you. I mean, it's not easy.
But like, I'm waging war from social media, and what do they have? You know?
To be a beacon within your own community. I mean, you can't pull a Cenk Uygur and just think because you're like an internet personality, you can become a.
Oh, why did he fail again?
Because he didn't live in his own district, and he was basically like, "Who the fuck cares? I'm a fucking internet political person, and I can be in Congress."
Did he even visit the district and like talk to the people or everything?
Of course, he had grassroots people out there canvassing for him.
Fuck, my hometown won't vote for me.
You gotta change that then.
Yeah, they're not gonna vote for me.
I'm about to go get a lift. I'll talk to you later.
All right, see ya. Fuck. My hometown. Oh, you do have to. It does have to be from your village. My village won't vote for me. Okay, they're not gonna vote for me. They just won't. Because I come from a pretty rich suburb of Detroit. They won't vote for me. Oh, what? Yeah, they won't. Even the district. They won't. They're liberals? No. No, they're Republican. I just feel like they're not. Maybe they will. I don't know. Nah. There's too many liberals, actually. Especially now. Oh, I could just do it here. Because I do live here. I'll just do it here. Where I live now. I've been living here for like 5 years. Yeah, I can get voted here. I can win people here. Yeah, I can do this. Huh. How many people does Michigan send to Congress? Michigan send to Congress. How many are there? There's 16. Okay, Michigan congressional districts. Okay, the congressional district. Which one am I in? Let me see which one I'm in right now. Oh, oh no, wait. Fuck. This map is a mess. Actually, I may be able to do it for this district. We have a Republican right now, so I'd be challenging them. District. Let me see. Let me see who this guy is. Who am I going to be facing? This guy. So, okay, I could... No, wait, is this a Democrat? It's a Democrat now. Fuck. It's a fucking Democrat. Who is this? Yeah, I'm a hairy Arab dude. This is not gonna work. Alright. I'm a big bearded Ayatollah, bro. They're not gonna fucking vote for me. Like, the person who's there now is like native. She's like from an ancestral Michigander, whatever. Me, I'm a fucking Ayatollah. The Muslim thing, bro, I'm not even gonna mention that. I'm not even gonna mention any identity politics. And I'm gonna be angry, and I'm gonna get a name for myself debating Democrats, debating Republicans, and I'm gonna be worse than Trump. No, Dearborn won't elect me. There's a Dearborn shitlib establishment they won't. Dearborn won't vote for me. Actually, they might. They might. I'd be the first Muslim Republican, and this would happen. They'd be like, Hans, how do you feel being the first Muslim? I'd be like, I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. That's my personal whatever. That's got nothing to do with the meat and potatoes. And no point in trying to divide us based on that shit. And I'm not playing that identity politics card. I'm from Michigan. This is my home. And I'm fed up with the Washington establishment and the way they're scamming and conning the good people of Michigan. And I'm going to Congress to raise hell. I'm going to raise the roof. I'm going to raise hell. And I'm going to serve the people. Oh, and I might have to say shit that'll get me banned from Twitch. Okay? But at that point, that's worth it. I'll say, we're not going to have this great reset. We're not having this great reset. I'm going to be the anti-great reset congressperson. I'm not gonna be known as the Muslim Republican. I'm gonna be the anti-Great Reset congressperson who just happens to be Muslim. Who cares?
And so, but once you start taking these votes at leadership,
Soros is gonna come after me. I'm gonna directly call out George Soros on the podium. I'm gonna say, Soros, we see you, Soros. We see you. We see you. Your dirty tricks and games don't work anymore, Soros. We see you. Give me a hit piece. Don't expect to win. No, I am going to expect to win. I am going to expect to win. I'm going to be in Congress. Haas in Congress. By the way, guys, I have never, ever had sad thoughts. I've never doubted. I'm in a good mental state. I have never, ever had feelings of self. Are you guys seeing what I'm saying? I have never, ever had self-destructive thoughts. Okay? I have never, ever had thoughts of wanting to end my horizon. Okay? So, if anything ever happens to me, it's not because of me. I would never do that shit. You understand? Keep that in mind. On record.
wants you to take, you lose the support of the American people because they're like, oh, you're just another Washingtonite.
Yeah.
And that's what it starts to look like. And that's how you start losing your patriotic fervor, and then you start becoming bought and paid for and desiring to be at a higher level in the swamp.
Well, who was the comedian that said he wished that Congress people or politicians would wear the names of the people who bought them, like NASCAR drivers,
Yes.
so everyone would know, like, oh, he's big pharma. That guy does big pharma. Here,
I'm gonna run for Congress. Cassidy Campbell can go to the Plano City Council and talk about Zelensky and shit. I can run for Congress. Anyone can do this shit. Anyone could. And y'all should run for Congress too. All of y'all should do it too. You learn from me, you'll get swag and you'll win.
Based.
Infrared takeover of America.
I'm gonna run for Congress. I'm gonna run for Congress. Watch me. Anyone can do it. Anyone can do it. AOC. AOC, she was a bartender. I don't give a shit about AOC. So the only reason nobody... That's what I'm saying. Going viral, going internet famous made me realize anyone can do this shit. Anyone can do this shit. Anyone can become AOC. How will you respond when they call you a communist? I say, you're goddamn right, I'm a communist. And to me, communism means restoring our republic and stopping the Great Reset. And we're not going to take people's property. We're not going to take your shit. We're going to let you have your own businesses. Not only we're going to let you have your own businesses, we're going to have unprecedented wealth. We're going to have you start your own businesses, prosperity, wealth, markets, all of that. Don't worry about the names and the labels. I'm going to say, don't get caught up in the labels. I can guarantee to you, I'm a pro-prosperity, pro-energy, pro-wealth, pro-jobs candidate. And I'm gonna say on the campaign trail, they're gonna interview me. I'm gonna say Zelensky is a thug. Zelensky is a thug. They're trying to lead us astray. Zelensky's a thug. He's saying, are you a Russian agent? I'm not a Russian agent, bitch. My record is clean. Tap my phone lines. Tap my DMs. Tap everything. I'm squeaky clean, bitch. I don't got any Russian agents that you can find. You can't find shit, bitch. You got nothing on me. 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 You got nothing on me.
Here's an interesting question. I just came up with it. Who do you think is the greater?
He'll make shit up. Let him make shit up. I got my army. But you know Destiny's going to use his internet clout to curtail me? What a bitter asshole. Bosch is going to use his internet clout to curtail me. They're all going to use their internet clout to curtail me. Hassan, you can make a choice, Hassan. Stand by the first Muslim, Republican, Communist congressperson, or, promote me, or don't. If you're not going to promote me, don't knock on me, man. You know what, Hassan? Let me tell you something. I'm talking to Hassan directly, because I know he watches this shit. You don't have to support me, but just don't stop me, okay? Because we both know, we both want to see this happen. Imagine if it happened. Wouldn't that at least be funny? Let it happen. Let it happen. Don't fucking stop me and join Vosh and Destiny coming on my fucking back. Just sit this one out, let it happen, or endorse me. Endorsement's welcome. But, if you're not going to endorse me, don't fucking try to knock me and stop this from happening, okay?
Kind of threat to our legislative branch.
A lot of people want to blame Antifa.
And I'm going to even come up with songs to get people to over and say, register to vote. Register. I'm going to do the Fortnite dances and all that shit because, the Zoomers are the ones voting now. I'm going to say, register to vote. Register to vote. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. You better vote for me. I'm going to make like a viral video, whatever, of people, vote for me. It's a meme. It's cool. It's what the cool kids doing. Backpacks on the Fortnite, and I'm flousing on the door night. You better do what you gotta do to make me win. Can't you see?
Antifa and AOC and a lot of these people for the problems we've.
I'm gonna do that TikTok shit. I'm gonna do that. You know what I mean? You know that shit on TikTok? I'm gonna do that shit. You know that shit on TikTok? I'm gonna be doing that shit.
Face in our country. I think the problem we face in our country is we have had a conservative.
I'll get the Aiden Ross endorsement.
Movement in this country who has been so dedicated to playing defense. They've been so dedicated to being the party of no, and we're going to fight against everything that you stand for, but we're not really going to offer you any solutions. I mean, how many times did you hear, well, we're going to repeal Obamacare? But you never really heard what their plan was to actually, how they were going to do it, what they were going to implement in its place. You never ever heard that.
I'm also going on the trail. I'm with Kantbot and Logo. They're coming with me.
Because we never go on offense. We never set the...
Samira, Jackson, Kantbot, Edberg. I won't force Caleb to be involved in this, right? But it would be welcome, but I won't force him to be involved. I'll get at least those 4. Pestomime, and maybe Nick Land. I will literally pay Nick Land $500 if he can make a 15-second clip just saying, I support Haas for Congress. I definitely, and I want him to, like, just, that'll get at least like 12 people, right? Where I live.
The narrative. We'll allow our opponents to set the narrative the entire time. And so I think that the biggest opposition to the legislative...
And y'all can do my campaign portraits? Holy shit. Why does no one think of this? How come Hassan didn't think of this? Why isn't it good publicity?
Branch from elected members is actually...
Oh yeah, the showrunner is obviously coming.
the rhinos, the Republicans in name only. They're spineless, they're cowardly, and the problem is they will run on radical.
They're not for real. I honestly don't know. I may do this. I may actually do this.
Different platforms than the Democrats. But once they get to Washington, they'll vote basically the exact same way. And it confuses the American people, makes them lose faith in their government, which people should.
I'm going to look into it. I am definitely going to look into this. You know, I'm not going to guarantee I'm going to do it, but I'm definitely looking into this. Fact-checking people already making stuff. And I'm also going to run on behalf, I'm going to say this is on behalf of the Communist Party. Even if they don't endorse me and they distance us, say, no, they just had memory problems and they just are kind of sick. COVID-19 is brain fog symptoms. Don't worry about it. I'm on behalf of this Communist Party. We already got this going. It's already been manifested. It's already been manifested. The meme has become real. This is how we're going to take over the Communist Party. This is how we're going to do it. You got to make a link between the Knights of Labor and how the Republicans. Yeah. I will need a security defense squad, obviously. Of course, Zoomers will love this aesthetic. I'm going to just tell you, yo, guys, we can do this shit. It is possible. There's no reason we shouldn't do it. Wake your ass up. Go register to vote. Let's do this shit. You don't want to see this happen? We all want to see it happen. I'm going to succeed where others have failed. I'm going to succeed where others have failed. I'm going to succeed where others have failed. I'm going to succeed where many others have failed.
Faith in their government right now. But the biggest threat to the American people having a say over what's happening in our government is the bureaucratic class. And these are people who are not elected. These are people like, the guy who leads the NIH. These are the bureaucrats who work at all the three-letter agencies of the executive branch, which has become the fourth branch of government. Now, what is so bad about the bureaucrats in Washington and all these agencies is that they are practically unfireable. You basically cannot get rid of them for anything. I was having it explained to me by an expert in the field that, well, yeah, I mean, once you want to fire a bureaucrat for not doing their job, well, first they're going to have to go to this counseling thing. And if it's found that, their father raised their voice at them.
They styled themselves Moscow Mitch and associating communist imagery with Republicans, and you're going to synthesize that. That's what makes this so cool. That's what would make it so... What if the media asked you about Stalin? I'm going to say... What are they going to say, bro? They're not going to say shit. Okay? I'm going to learn how this works. I have to learn how it works first before I start getting serious about it. But, even if I fail, I'm going to get something going with this. Okay? Even if I fail, I will get something going. Okay? And I'm going to say, I believe in a third party. And they say, why are you running Republican? And I'm going to say, well, I don't like Democrats. I like Republicans. I don't like Democrats. But my loyalty is not to the Republican Party. I'm going to straight out say, I am not loyal to the Republican Party. I'm loyal to the American people. But, I just don't like Democrats. And that's the only reason I'm running Republican. And, well, what do you align with in Republicans? Well, I'm conservative. And I agree with a lot of their social values. And, I'm pro-prosperity, all that kind of shit. Just tell them to, I'm going to say, check out the infrared vision video on Stalin. And you're going to learn Stalin was unfairly slandered, unfairly defamed.
When they were 8 years old, it means that they're a part of a minority class that's been abused. And so you're discriminating against them by requiring...
Old promo material.
State Department getting funding? No. A 12% increase. I don't care. Jackson, I don't care.
Do you not have any values that you stand upon?
No. I don't.
I actually believe in this stuff. You know that, folks? I actually believe in Marxism. I actually believe in socialism. I've read books about it. I've visited socialist countries, okay? I've gotten arrested in demonstrations for this. I've risked my life trying to bring aid to the people in Yemen. And these people, these stupid 14-year-old teenagers who get on there and, you're racist because you wave an American flag. You're not decolonism. I'm more revolutionary than you, even though I sit on my computer and do nothing. Shut the fuck up, kid. Just shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear it. Seriously, I'm in this for real. All right, if we're going to actually win this thing, we got to get to average Americans. We're not going to do it by making average Americans hate us. If we actually want to get out of the nightmare of U.S. imperialism and capitalism and the low-wage police state and the prison industrial complex, if we actually...
You guys know why we chose King Kong? Because King Kong battles the serpent. That's why. King Kong is the power of the people against the serpent. That's why we chose him. That's why we chose King Kong. The power of humanity against the serpent.
actually want to do something about this. We actually...
Yeah, you know what? Godzilla is a kind of pagan. Yes. It's a pagan serpentine deity of Mother Gaia Earth. And we should have fully been with King Kong.
We want things to change. You got to grow up. Control your emotions. Read a book. Learn how to actually talk to people. Get people to understand that your goal is to make life better. That's what we need. That is what we need.
We're building a new sun. Just like China's building a new sun, we're building a new sun. This is a fake world with shadows on the walls. So we're breaking out and we're building our own sun. The demiurge cannot stop us. We're marching against the demiurge and he can't do shit about it. Now we're gonna go and flood that Communist Party and take it over before the feds. We're gonna secure and take over that fucking party and we're gonna make it our base of operations of the war of the people against the elites. We're gonna make it our base of operations and we're gonna secure that base of operations, and from that base of operations we're gonna wage a class war on behalf of the American working class.
The serpent defeated. And the defeat of the serpent. Stomp on that serpent. Stomp on that serpent.
Inspiring that they actually do a good job for the American people.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you have this bureaucratic class who...
Wish you weren't all talk. I wish you weren't an asshole.
All of a sudden, you know, most of them start out wanting to be good patriots and helping their country and serving in the system. But then all of a sudden they realize, wait, I can't get fired. Why am I doing maximum level work for when I'm just going to get the same paycheck either way?
Yeah.
And that's why our government moves so slowly.
So how effective can you be if the other side of the aisle hates you and the rhinos hate you even more? You're calling out their apathy, their cowardice, their duplicity. I mean, they've got to hate your guts too. If you're not playing ball and compromising a little bit, because you're a no compromise guy, in another video that we're going to do, we're going to talk through your...
Am I actually going to do this? Am I actually going to do this? I don't know. Okay? I'm going to look into it. This is on my radar. You guys, you know how few times I have an idea on stream? Usually I think about it off stream, okay? So the fact that I coined this idea on stream, I have to be off stream and think about it, okay? But I'm seriously considering it. I'm seriously considering it. I don't think I have anything to lose, but I have to know how it works. Yeah. Democrat meaning populist patriot, Republican meaning anti-imperialism. It's a recognition of the necessity of bringing... Yes, I agree with that. Democratic Republican. I'm going to call myself... Yeah. I'm not going to be like Vermin Supreme. I'm going to be a serious thing. It's going to be serious, okay? There's going to be memes. But it'll be serious.
Your America First doctrine and your new contract with the American people. I read through it and I'm like, bro, it's everything I ever wanted. So we'll talk about that in another video.
Yeah, America First just has a bad history, right? Although, does it? Because was Huey Long America First? I don't know. All I've learned was that America First were isolationists during World War II. They were isolationists during World War II, which people thought meant being pro-Nazi, right? Oh, it was first used by Woodrow Wilson, Warren G. Harding. The American First Party was isolationist. They were pro-Nazi. Strongly associated with David Duke? I don't think they are. Yeah, it's got a bad history. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Maybe it's changed. Maybe it's changed. Maybe the meaning has changed. Damn. Am I fucking muted? How am I muted? Am I muted? Okay, I'm not muted. Shut the fuck up and stop telling me I'm muted. Holy shit. Don't fucking tell me I'm muted when I'm not. Damn. This will be real. Alright, Matt, you know what? There's just some glowies in this chat. Give you the benefit of the doubt of a 4-day ban. Yeah, I may run. I may run.
And, but holy cow, how do you expect to get such a, narrow...
Here's what I'm going to do. You guys think I just do shit recklessly? I'm going to study how Cawthorn won. I'm going to study voting patterns and records and the electorate, the current pool of the electorate. And I'm going to study demographic surveys of the district. And after I do all this, I'm going to, do it, right?
Thing passed when you just rampant corruption everywhere.
So the biggest thing is, yes, the other side does detest me. Now, obviously, behind the scenes, some people can be friendly and all this stuff, and they'll say it's just work. But to me,
the deadline is 19th April. For what?
It's like, well, you're
I have 20 days. Shit! Is it too late? I should just register for it, and then if, Yeah, well, no. What about for 2024? Yeah, I'll do 2024. I don't have time for this one. Midterms, it's too early.
Lying to my entire generation, getting them to believe an ideology that killed over 100 million people last century. So, no, I don't want to go out for a drink with you afterwards. I don't want to be your friend.
Yeah.
But there are some people over there who are just, they say they're moderates, but really they're just getting bullied around by the radicals in their wing of the party. The reason I'm able to go up against the establishment and kind of that rhino class in Washington without facing much opposition or being able to accomplish things, as a freshman member of Congress, we've passed almost more bills. We've introduced more legislation than the other freshmen. And a lot of
that's based.
A lot of people say, wow, how do you do that when the media hates you so much, when you're a firebrand, when you...
He's inspired me. This guy has inspired me. He's also 25. He's inspired me to do this. I'm going to do it.
Say things that, are not supposed to be said in politics.
Right.
And the reason is because the advent of social media has been so incredibly powerful. Whereas previously, if you wanted to get something
He's going to sell out like the rest. How do you know?
done in Washington, D.C., you needed to convince 218 members of Congress to have just a very narrow majority plus one. I have actually found that it is much easier to convince 30 million Americans of the truth, people who have common sense and aren't being bought and paid for by these lobbyists, of what is going on. And then when they all turn on their members of Congress and they say, well, why, if you're not voting for this, why not? And then people are starting to pay so much attention right now, especially the young mothers in our country whose children are starting to be jerked around by the system and are starting to be used as political pawns. I feel like the elitist movement in Washington really made a mistake when they started going after the kids, because the most ferocious people in our movement are the mothers.
Yeah.
And they're starting to be so dialed into what's going on in Washington, D.C. that when someone they trust, like myself, there's a few other members of people that trust in government, when we go out and speak the truth, and now that we can circumvent the mainstream media and take it directly to people via social media, all of a sudden, all of these members of Congress who are very cowardly and they're very fickle go back to their district, and they, in reality, they might just have 40 or 50 of their constituents come up to them and kind of berate them and be like, why aren't you supporting this? Why do you not believe in this conservative doctrine? Why does Madison Cawthorn say you're a rhino? And then all of a sudden they get very afraid because this is the best job they've ever had.
Yeah.
And they love having their name in the paper every other week. And so that's why we're able to kind of bully people around. And yes, it's a form of bully politics. And I understand that I am not everyone's cup of tea. I understand that I'm probably not the most fun person to bring up at your Thanksgiving dinner with your liberal relatives saying, oh yeah, I really like Madison Cawthorn. I understand that you might read some articles about me that makes people uncomfortable. And a lot of kind of your old establishment members of the Republican Party, they don't really like a guy who's tatted up, who believes in the Second Amendment, who says if you're a tyrant that starts coming for my family, I will shoot you in the face. And they're like, well, that's a little extreme. And
you say that?
My counter to that is, yes, I am extreme, because we live in extreme times. Yeah. If we do not go on offense against this government initiative to take the power away from the people and give it to an unelected bureaucratic class, then we are going to damn the next generation to be absent and robbed of the freedoms that were promised to us by our founding fathers.
Right, and you say extreme. I'd point out you're extreme in a world that's
This is going to be the only ally I have in Congress.
Moved so much. Your extremism is really, I just want to go back to the way it was 100 years ago in terms of conservative values,
right,
not in terms of reincorporate all the evils that we have corrected since 100 years ago. Your big idea is like, I'd like a smaller government and an emphasis on family. And that's extreme now, but it's just kind of like good old conservatism. You're extreme in that you want the good stuff that we had 100 years ago, right?
Exactly. And it's wild that they've started being able to put these labels.
Somehow that's extreme, and I don't understand how.
It's because I don't want the government to be involved in your life. I think the federal government should make sure that we never lose a war, we have good roads, and we have dominant trade deals.
Yep.
Aside from that, keep your hands off my life.
Yep.
And I think that's something that almost everybody believes in. I think we need term limits on bureaucrats, term limits on members of Congress. I think that we should remove the federal income tax. So the federal government, you're not an indentured servant or a slave to the federal government.
Yep.
I genuinely believe that we should remove almost every single regulation on manufacturing in the United States so we can bring all of that back and give good, high-paying jobs to rural communities who are suffering right now, especially so many of them that are in minority communities.
Yeah.
But we just want to say, no, well, we're going to put so many restrictions on what you can build and what you can make that all the jobs have to go elsewhere. It makes basically our entire economy just this fiat.
Yeah.
And it's something that doesn't actually exist. And so when you hit economic hard times like we have with this virus that happened in 2020, 2021, when everything gets shut down, all of a sudden your economy starts to be destroyed. But now I'm extreme because I don't want the federal government to be able to have the power to do that to you.
No, it's normal. They're extreme, and to disagree with them looks extreme to the extremists.
There is, without a doubt, there's a group of people, and it's not as organized as a lot of people would think. But I have found that there are definitely people who are calling the shots who are not in the public eye. People who are kind of pushing members of Congress around to do what they want, and this is the reason. I mean, you got John Boehner, started as a really good speaker of the House, and then went down very quickly. And the reason is because he was in Washington so long, so many people knew his pressure points and knew his buttons. And so basically, if you get a member of Congress on a secret that they're terrified of, let's say you caught them having an affair, or you did something and you threatened to tell their wife or something, and that's an extreme case. Things like that don't happen every single day. I mean, but if that does happen and they have that leverage over you, once you're like, oh yeah, okay, if you want me to vote, if you won't say anything, I'll vote with you. Well, next thing you know, they'll bring it up again and again and again and again. And then they might be drinking with their buddies one day. It's like, oh, you want to know how I got this passed? Well, I've got this dirt on this person. And then it gets spread around. And this is why we need term limits, because we're a fallible people. I mean, we are fallen men. We're ruled by our flesh in a lot of ways. I genuinely believe that this world is under the principality of the devil. And that's why there's so much sin and evil in the world. And when you go put yourself in this position of great power, there's a lot of responsibility that comes with it, and there's a lot of pitfalls. And so the longer you spend in Washington, D.C., the more of an opportunity you have to be able to have a pressure point and a weakness.
He said it. I told you. I told you. He said it. What did I tell you?
Once that gets spread around to enough people, all of a sudden, nobody respects your ability to govern anymore. And then you're just working to try and keep your position, not actually help the people.
I respect all that. Did you just quote Spider-Man?
The new Tom Holland movie, when you had Tobey Maguire and the other Spider-Man, Andrew Garfield, all coming out at one time.
That's pretty cool.
Freaking sick!
That was awesome.
And that's
awesome.
That's American exceptionalism. I'm going to get into a story here, and I'm sorry to get off track here, but
no, this is we need to talk about the Spider-Man.
So once I saw the other two.
He likes the comic books, not the movies, guys. Come on.
Two Spider-Mans come into the Marvel Spider-Man, and they all fought at the same time. I was like, I'm going to go back and watch the old Spider-Mans. And so I watched them all. But I was watching the Andrew Garfield one, and there was a scene where he had gotten shot in the leg, and his Gwen was getting...
He's not talking about the Disney ones. He's talking about the...
killed way down the street. And he was trying to do his Spider-Man thing all the way down.
Yeah.
And couldn't make it. And then there was this blue-collar worker who he had saved the child of one day, and they were watching him on the news, and he's like, hey, hang on. Hey, you guys aren't getting off shift. Then all of a sudden you see him start climbing a ladder. Yeah. And then you see him getting on the radio, and he's like, hey, are you on 5th? I want you to turn over the thing. And then you had all these blue-collar workers turn their cranes over this one boulevard in New York so that Spider-Man would have these things to grab onto and fly really fast. And then they were like, we're going to help Spider-Man right now. And it just reminded me.
All right, well, he's talking about some working class stuff. Nah, it's still based. That's the Andrew Garfield movies. That's the old ones. That ain't the new ones.
The good-hearted Americans of this country all get together to be able to do something. As much as it seems like we're outnumbered, outgunned, and
the Andrew Garfield ones were not bad.
Outmaneuvered by the Washington elites and kind of this cabal who's running our country.
See, he's saying base stuff, guys. Can you fucking stop? Can you stop being Democrat psyops in my chat?
I always am reminded of when our founding fathers started that spark of revolution that happened. When they declared in Philadelphia, they were declaring independence from Washington, or from the king.
Yeah, y'all are jealous.
Make no mistake of how brave that was, because they did it right on the seat of the power of the greatest naval force in the world. They did it at a port city where their navy could come. They said, hey, we're here, and if you want us, come get us.
And they didn't have a standing army.
But then once the army came, everyone thinks, oh, all the Americans rose up and fought. Yeah. No, the majority of the Americans were loyalists to the king and fought on his side because they thought there's no chance. It was really only 3% of the American population in North America actually fought against the British Empire. And it reminds me, man, when just a good-hearted group of Americans come together, there's nothing that we can't accomplish. And so I know that you were...
Based. This is the based Republican thing. Where it's like, it's not always about numbers. Sometimes it's about principles. But you need both. You need both. That's why I'm a Democratic Republican, a.k.a. a communist, a.k.a. a People's Party, a.k.a. a Ron Paul Maoist. Okay? But you need both.
When I was talking about the new contract with America, you were saying, you looked at me kind of and you're like, well, that doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of getting passed. It'd be great, but it doesn't stand a chance. I disagree. When I see the patriotic fervor that's going on in our country right now, when I see the fact that the next generation is being threatened, I think we're going to have a lot of people like me who don't have Ivy League degrees, who haven't been in waiting their turn.
He's talking about the working class. He's talking about the working class.
In politics long enough, but they're going to look around, and when the party leadership says, well, we want you to serve in Congress, but you got to wait about 12 years because there's some people in line ahead of you and you haven't paid your dues to the party yet, and so you can't run yet. I want just the normal Americans to look around and say, well, who the hell am I in line behind?
Right.
Because whoever's come before me has left a despot of a country that I'm now having to raise my children in, that is so divided that we're almost to kinetic forces meeting.
This guy's so based. This guy's so fucking based. I like him a lot. Me and Jackson are going to talk to this guy.
Each other.
Yeah.
And I think that we're going to have great patriots rise up, and we're going to take our country back.
That's awesome.
Politically, I'm not saying, you know.
They're going to have to check out that other video, guys. I'll provide a link down below.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming on. Guys, if you like this video, make sure you go ahead and subscribe for more future content.
Look at him. He's a good kid. Why am I calling him a kid? He's my age. Because I'm actually 79 years old.
We have all kinds of exciting
Haha. You guys actually think I'm 79? What if I told you 512?
stuff
What if I told you I'm 512 years old? Would you believe it?
coming down the pipeline. Like, share. Also, make sure you check out Madison.
I could just say that because no one's going to believe it. No one's going to believe it. So I could just joke about it and just, guys, I'm 512 years old. It's like, I actually am, but no one's going to believe it. So who cares, right?
Cawthorn's website. I'll put a link down below for you guys so you can check out more about what he's doing. Demand accountability from your local and your state, federal representatives for your area. Make sure that you find out whether you got entrenched bureaucratic rhinos representing you. You might.
You would have had scars from a lot of battles. Oh, you're the expert, aren't you?
And you need to get rid of them, and we can't afford to be apathetic anymore. Guys, I appreciate you warrior poets out there. I need you to train hard, train smart, and stay free, because it doesn't happen accidentally, right? See you guys.
Remember,
I'm Haz Al Ghul,
dry fire off.
and I've been in the Lazarus pit.
Often.
Hey, bro, that's good.
Beautiful. This is such a cool guy. Such a cool guy. All right, we're going to do a brief joking intermission. And then we're going to go to the Ukraine news, okay? So we're going to have... If this is about the trans thing, then we are not... we're not going to continue to watch it. We're just going to give it a chance.
Stein will be followed by Jennifer Crossland. Thank you. Alex Stein will be followed by Jennifer Crossland. Mr. Stein, do you need an interpreter? Okay. Do we agree 3 minutes, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I prepared a little something for you. Superintendent Scribner, I'm Crime Time 99, Alex Stein. I came here to blow your mind. I want to say, the time is now. Don't have a doubt. You got to go. Walk through that door. Don't want you here anymore. You are the worst, but you're not the first. You are superintendent, but you're really indignant.
Check fact checking. Damn. This is so cool. Damn. I gotta do it now. Like, I actually have to do this. Running 2022 just to understand the process. Yeah. This is like me magic. I may just have to do it. I wonder how is the Democrat media gonna spin this one? Are they gonna say I'm far right, or are they gonna say I'm a far left communist? What are they gonna say? Are they gonna say like he's far right and he's using the dark MAGA meme, which is associated with the far right, but he's also a communist on the far? What if the Democrat media starts calling me a Nazbol Duganist? They start saying he's a Nazbol. They're going to say you're a Muslim radical. They're going to say I'm a Muslim radical, communist, whatever.
You sit there with that golden stare. You put a mask on every kid. Yes, that's what you really did. Transgender.
Okay, we're not gonna watch you can't watch this anymore. Cannot watch this anymore. Alright, but actually we have one last piece of news before. So guys, this is what's beautiful. Lol. Look at this. AOC's warning for Democrats. We're in trouble. Oh, God. Oh, God. I love seeing Democrats squirm. I am the Rasputin who will lead to the fall of the Democratic Party. I am the Rasputin of the Democratic Party. I will lead to the collapse and fall of the Democratic Party with my sorcery. I will conjure up the dark. AOC thinks President Biden got played by Joe Manchin, and that the president's nostalgia for a bygone era of backroom deal making could prove disastrous for Democrats in the midterms. Let me just explain to you the cope, the lies, the falsehood, and make it very clear. First, I'm going to have a few sips of Gatorade Zero. Yum! That's really, really good. Wow, this really hits the spot. You should purchase this drink and search it on Google, Facebook, Twitter, and other forms of social media so that Gatorade Analytics can see that this has had an effect on your willingness to purchase this thirst-quenching beverage. I'm with you, I feel wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I'm going to cover the rest of the stuff in a sec. Okay, we're talking about America right now. Let me tell you the con AOC's playing. So for years and years and years, she played this con of like getting buddy-buddy with the Democrats and getting into the establishment. Now AOC can see the Democrats are just going to get fucked in the midterms, right? So she's now trying to spin the narrative and say that the reason Democrats are about to get fucked in the midterms is because actually the Democrats aren't going far enough. We need more Green New Deal. We need more vaccine mandates. We need more lockdowns, more confrontation with Russia, more inflation, more of everything the American people fucking hate. And she's now blaming Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin, who is the only Democrat that represents jobs for the working class. Huh. I feel like our politics has fundamentally changed. Whether it's for better or for worse is for people's determination. But I was never under the illusion that we can bring Joe Manchin along. I have the utmost respect and confidence in the president, but I just felt like we called two different plays on this one. Unbelievable fucking cope. Okay, you're blaming Joe Manchin for what is the failure of your party. Okay, Joe Manchin is the Democratic Party. A party is defined by its exception. Joe Manchin is the Democratic Party. You're fucking hypocrites. Everything you say you are, you're not. You're lying, hypocrite scumbags. Everything you say you are, you're wrong. Everything you say you are, you're wrong. You're the opposite. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. When I'm with you, I feel like wearing nothing. Nothing at all. All right. Okay, AOC's warning to Democrats. We're in trouble. Let's see what she's actually said. Watch there be fucking nudity on this website. I swear to God. Oh my God, I need to pay money. I have to pay money. Does anyone actually pay for this shit? Does anyone actually do this? Does anyone actually pay for this shit? I think the president's nostalgia for a bygone era of backroom deal making can prove disastrous for the Democrats in the midterms. So what's your alternative, AOC? Because you're not popular in this fucking country. You're not going to be a populist party, so what's your alternative? The Democrats will never succeed as a populist party. Bro, I'm not gonna fucking look up that shit. Not even a real politician, yeah. Okay, like I was saying. You guys have to bear with me here. Oh god. Here it is. Alright, yeah. Guys, I got like no sleep, so I have like a headache and shit. Give me a second. Oh fuck. Tell you what, I'm gonna take a piss and be right back. I'm a little sick. Not sick, I'm just my head. I got a piss though. Ah, fuck. stream. Alright, can I whisper? Alright, listen. It kind of gives me a headache to talk. So I'm gonna do whispering. Alright, is that okay? Can you hear me correctly? Here. Alright, we're gonna whisper. Alright, so. Alright. Shit, alright, we got it. Alright. So, AOC is basically trying to take responsibility for having the wisdom of knowing the inevitable fact, which we can all foresee and know. Democrats are going to fail in the midterms. So she's gonna go and she's gonna say, see, I was right. I predicted everything correctly. When in actual fact, it has nothing to fucking do. She has no clue about why it is the Democrats are failing. She just knows that they are gonna fail because they're unpopular, which everyone can fucking see. But the Democrats aren't unpopular because of Joe Manchin. Because without Joe Manchin, the Democrats wouldn't have a chance in West Virginia. Can you guys just look past the voice? I have a big headache, and it's very hard for me to speak. Okay? It's extremely tough for me to talk my voice because it's giving me a headache. So I'm gonna whisper about it, okay? So basically, what is going on is that AOC is saying this shit. Look, 7,000 likes of 7,000 dumb fucks who don't understand that the Democratic Party is becoming the most anti-democratic party in this country. The Democratic Party is even more unpopular than the Republicans right now, believe it or not. Hey. Can you even hear me anymore? Alright, now you can hear me. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. The Democrats popular than the Republicans. Believe it or not, the Democrats are even more unpopular than the Republicans. Alright, I'm gonna talk this way because I have a huge headache that's coming from speaking while sleep deprived. I really just can't. I can't talk. Okay, it's giving me a headache. Alright, let's continue. Alright, I'm gonna continue, right? So I wanna read this article. I think if I put my hand here, it'll make it better. No, I can't go to sleep, man. Yeah. Yeah, this is actually helping. This is helping. This is actually helping a lot, doing this. Alright. So, we can't even read the article, but this is so fucking stupid. AOC, the only chance the Democrats would have ever had to have any semblance of popular support to avoid these backroom deals is if you would have had the backbone to not endorse Biden and still maintain this kind of Bernie wing of Bernie bro populace. And by the way, the only good thing you ever had going for you was Bernie bros. Because think about it, masculinity. Okay, let me tell you something. Bernie bro was a good thing. You want to have your own manhood and masculinity. because that's what's going to make you independent. Do you guys know why the nuclear missile is a symbol of sovereignty beyond the weapons of mass destruction aspect? It's because it's shaped like a penis. A penis is sovereignty, okay? If you have a phallus, you have sovereignty. It's that fucking simple, okay? So Bernie, bro, that all they were saying was that you're a sovereign faction of the fucking Democrat. It's not like the other faction is matriarchal. It's politics is a man's game. Men rule that shit. You know, that's just the reality. But women can be leaders too. Yeah, and Ronda Rousey can be a fighter, okay? So it doesn't mean that's going to be the norm. Doesn't mean that's how we are as human beings, okay? I'm against matriarchy. When we were a matriarchy, we were living in fucking huts and shit, you know? Let's not go back to that. There was no progress, no technology, nothing. So forget about matriarchy, okay? It's also paganism. Matriarchy is also paganism. So forget about that whole thing. Now, if women can rule, they can rule. I'm not against that, okay? I'm just saying, usually, power is very phallic. Now, should it be phallic? No. I'm not saying I'm against women in politics. I'm just saying that's just usually how it is. You can explain it however you want. Sometimes there are great female politicians, you know, like look at Rosa Luxemburg. You know, sometimes there are great female politicians. Sometimes there's great female warriors. Look at Joan of Arc. Look at the women of the Red Army, you know. So there's always exceptions and shit. But, like, let's just face the fact. Should we really be like, they got so triggered by being called Bernie Bros. They're like, we're not Bernie Bros. We're just going to be pussies to defy the Bernie Bro thing. Instead of being Bernie Bros, we're going to be super feminine now. They just went out of their way to be feminine for no fucking reason, you know. Fucked up the whole thing. Yeah, they freaked out and like they thought it like proved some kind of problematic aspect of Bernie's movement that had to be corrected. Honestly, shut the fuck up. When are they going to talk about the progressive agenda? Let me see. This isn't just the middle of the road, an increasingly narrow band of independent. This is really about the collapse of support among young people. Fuck young people. You mean the people on Twitter posting about the DSA who don't even matter? What do you mean young people? You know, America First movement is also young people. So don't assume you have the monopoly on young. You just have the monopoly on Twitter, AOC, you fucking dumbass. I'm sorry, but young people? You mean, so she logs onto Twitter and she's like, we don't have their support. That's it. That's Twitter, AOC. That's not the fucking real world. Holy shit. That's literally just Twitter. And Twitter is mostly fake and engineered anyway. And they just virtue signal. No one actually believes that shit. You know, I don't think Zoomers are liberal. I think Zoomers are fucking super right wing, you know? Yeah. You guys know the truth. Oplix is literally right. Twitter is mostly bots. And that's the truest thing I've ever heard. And if you don't understand that, you're an idiot. 95% of Twitter is literally bots. I'm not even kidding. And I argue with bots all the time. And I don't know why. It's literally these bots, these AI bots that I argue with. Twitter is literally 95% bots. You want to know why we always get fucking ratioed? Because it's bots, okay? We're like the only humans on Twitter. We are literally the only humans on Twitter. Twitter's all bots, okay? Don't assume that the opinions that win on Twitter reflect what actually people think in real life, because it doesn't. Twitter's a botted website. Destiny's Twitter likes bots. You want to know proof that it's bots? Destiny would be streaming on Twitch with 1,000 viewers. He makes a tweet, it instantly gets 2,000. You don't think that's bots? That's bots. I promise you it's bots. Destiny has like 12 houses in India. Destiny has 12 factory warehouses in India full of like 300 people each, and they work for him. Okay? They literally work for him. He hires them to be DGG. You know DGG is mostly troll farms from India? You know that? You know, without the troll farms from India and fucking Kazakhstan and shit, DGG would literally be like 150 people. If you took away the bots and the troll farms from India, it would literally be like 150 people. Same with Vosh. Same with most of them. Thank you so much, Paperwin. Appreciate you. So as orbiters are competing for bots? Yeah! How many streamers' followers do you think are legit? Okay? When you see these e-girls with like 500,000 followers and only 50 viewers, don't you think something's wrong? But you know what I learned about? Some people bot viewers. Some people even bot viewers. So you don't even know what's real anymore. You don't even fucking know what's real. They can bot chat. They can bot viewers. They can bot everything. We're the only real thing on the internet. Only we are real. Everything else is probably bots. Not gonna lie. Alright, I'm massaging my forehead to get rid of the headache. Fuck. Is this like TOS? It's kind of like I'm jacking off my fucking forehead. Is that even allowed? I'm just kidding. Sorry. I'm giving myself head on my head. I could honestly use some head right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna start using Tinder more. I've neglected that app. I'm gonna use Tinder. Can I talk for a minute of how men have conned women? This is the truth. Our matriarchy is hurting women the most. Let me tell you guys, in ancient history, just to get any pussy at all, a dude had to pay a dowry, had to get married, had to do all this shit just for a drop of pussy. Now, we can literally just nut wherever we want with no responsibility and no commitment. And then people are like, that's sexist. There's so many women that actually like having sex with strangers without any intimacy or commitment or relationship. And you want to know what I say? I say, that's a lie. That's a lie. Women don't like casual sex. That's not true. I know it's not true. I don't believe it's true. Women don't like casual sex. That doesn't... All laws of nature show that's not true. Okay, they don't like casual sex. You know, that's the truth. That's the truth. Have you ever been fucked by a girl? Are you talking about pegging? What do you mean? No. Why are you into pegging? It's so weird. Have you ever been pegged? Why? You get pumped and dumped. That has never happened to me ever. I have never had the thing where it's like it was one time and then they ghosted me. Nope. Never. I'm always the ghoster. Don't lie. With all that anger in you, I know you don't get laid. Every time I get laid, I get angrier the next day. It doesn't actually calm me down. And I don't even know why that is. Isn't it supposed to calm you down? It just makes me angrier. It makes me even more wrathful. Sex makes me more aggressive. Nutting, like by myself, kind of will calm me down, but doggy makes me fucking aggressive as fuck. Holy shit. Because it's like, after I'm done nutting, I'm like, who's next? I'm just kidding. But it's like, it does make me fucking aggressive. Like, it, you know? Makes me so fucking aggressive. I don't know why. Tucker released new video on Ukraine. Okay, here's what I'm wanted to talk about. AOC and other members of the House Progressive Caucus are calling on Biden to issue executive orders to enact environmental protections. Yeah, so all this shit is just the Progressive Caucus. It's just Soros. It's the Soros wing of the Democratic Party. It's the avant-garde of the Democratic Party. It's the agenda of big tech. It's the agenda of big tech and the media and the ruling class. It's the celebrity, Hollywood, media, academia, and big tech agenda. The Progressive Caucus is the Nazi caucus of the deep state's agenda. And to be honest, Joe Manchin is better than them. Even Joe Manchin is better than they are. Okay? All right. The ruble is now $90. This is misleading, but this is good. The ruble was 100 last time we checked. It's now 90. Now it's 88, people are telling me. So the ruble's value is going up. The ruble's value is actually going up because they're going to accept oil only in rubles now. Let's see what happened of that deal.
Based. Infra 8 SUNGORILLA.
The ruble's increasing. What the fuck? Putin should think of the consequence. Putin should think of the consequences of asking for energy payments in rubles, Germany says. Germany has taken some advice from Russian President Vladimir Putin. Think about the consequences of asking for energy payments in rubles. Russia's Putin said last week that unfriendly nations would be asked to pay for their natural gas in rubles, causing a spike in European gas prices. By asking for payments in the Russian currency rather than in dollars or euros, as is contracted, Putin is seeking to prop up the value of rubles, which will sink in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. No, they didn't, bitch. They're back up. Are you going to report how the ruble recovered, CNBC? You going to report that? It's open to him to think of the consequences. What kind of fucking threat is that? What does this even mean? What is this is an empty bluff. This is an empty fucking threat. It's open to him to think of the consequences. Yeah, that's a threat. It would be a breach of contract. The Italian officials also said they would not be paying in rubles or would help the Russia avoid the Western sanctions over its invasion of it. Why is Italy so fucking butthurt? The fuck do you have to do with this, Italy? We cannot sell our pizza pies in Ukraine anymore. The fuck do you care, bro? So fucking butthurt. All of Europe so butthurt. You give a fuck. Nonetheless, tensions over future payments could disrupt the ongoing flow of natural gas from Russia to Europe. The region receives 40% of its gas imports from Russia, and this figure is even higher for some European nations. Notably Hungary, which got 95% of its gas imports from 2020 in Russia. That was toxic, but since I'm American, I can make fun of everyone in the world. I can make fun of everyone. Why? Because I don't even have a culture. I get to make fun of your cultures. Oh, God. The region's dependency on Russian energy has prevented the bloc from imposing an oil embargo on Moscow as part of its sanctions regime. In contrast to the White House, which has banned Russian oil and gas imports. Portugal is, I don't know if Portugal's based. I just like the women from there. I like Portuguese women. A lot. A lot. A lot. They said they'll overhaul their approach to Russian energy and reduce its dependency. How? There's no fucking way you can do that. You don't have the infrastructure, dumbass. So this is the headline that came from the media didn't even report on Ukraine's war crimes. They're making allegations about something Russian soldiers did, but they never reported on Ukraine's war crimes. They didn't report about how those Russian POWs were tortured on video, like ISIS style. Nobody cares. Russia-Ukraine talks open in Istanbul. Kremlin could be using talks to buy time and regroup on the battlefield, experts warn. I'm pretty sure it's the opposite. And here's why I think it's the opposite. Ukraine would seek to forge a treaty with the collective defense, which would obligate guarantor nations such as the US, UK, France, and Germany to defend Ukraine in a recent or future attack. If you think Russia's gonna agree to that, you got another thing coming. Holy fuck, the arrogance. Where does the arrogance come from, by the way? You're about to lose Mariupol, you're doing this shit? He said that Moscow's pullback from the Kiev region was not tantamount to a ceasefire and indicated that negotiations had a long way to go. He added that a meeting between Putin and Zelensky could be possible once a final agreement was reached. I don't think Putin should meet with Zelensky. Don't even meet with that fucking clown. Don't meet with that fucking actor, okay?
Население Владимиру Путину пришло письмо. Перепишите свое население 9 раз, и вам будет счастье.
What is this song? Can someone tell me the song? I like this song. What is it? Oh, that's good. What is that song? Caught Up by Madonna. Let me listen to it. Okay, this video is disgusting, but the music's great. It's just that the video is Pain's Champ. Some people should wear pants. Some people should wear pants. Some people should wear pants. What a weird video. The OG version is stupid. It's old. And not up to date. Alright. Well, this is what Kadyrov has to say about the current negotiations. He doesn't think there should be any negotiations. So yeah, Erdogan is the one who prompted this shit. Basically, you know, begging for it, as the chatter said. And so the stuff in Azerbaijan was actually Erdogan trying to, like, get these negotiations happening, huh? Yeah. So if you didn't know, Azerbaijan was attacking Armenia recently with Ukraine's support. And that was Turkey's way of getting Russia's attention so that they could bring Russia to the negotiation table, right? But Kadyrov doesn't like this. He goes, these negotiations won't be useful. And I think we should finish what we started. Destroy the Nazis, Bandera, and Satan. Only then should you decide what to do next. So this is something Samira talks about a lot. There's a lot of liberal cucks in the United Russia Party on the Russian side. I'm not saying they're responsible for this, but Russia is divided between pro-Western and based factions, right? And the pro-Western factions, I'll never forgive Erdogan for the drone support to Ukraine. I'll never forgive him for that. But the pro-Western factions, I'm 100% against Turkic nationalism. I will never forgive the Turkic nationalists for their support of Ukraine. But anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pro Neo-Ottoman. Get rid of the pagan faction. Because Turkic nationalism's paganism, by the way. It's pagan. It's pagan. You know, I sympathize with Turks when Europeans are trying to talk down on them and shit and they're flexing their pride. And I sympathize with that, okay? But when they start becoming these cringe attack dogs for the West, I hate that so much. I'm talking about nationalists. I hate it so much. I hate it so much, you know? Anyway. So you would think, okay, why isn't Russia doing what Kadyrov is saying? Because Russia also has these fucking westernized lib shits that have high positions of power. It's very sad to see. Not even gonna lie, it's extremely sad to see. Yeah, Ines Freedom. That guy's not even the worst. It's just extremely sad to see, though. Gimme some money, make it. Now somebody help me away. Gimme a man, I can make it. All my Kadyrov should rule Russia. Kadyrov should be the president of Russia. Or Shoigu should be president and Kadyrov's number 2. Because there's too many cringe Peter the Great pro-Western Russians in power. We need to go back to Ivan the Terrible. Whoever can be Ivan the Terrible should be president. Ukraine's military strategy of placing heavy military equipment and other fortifications in civilian zones could weaken Western and Ukrainian efforts to hold Russia legally culpable for possible war crimes, said human rights activists and international... Wait. So the Western media is admitting that Ukraine is using civilians as human shields? Is this Russian propaganda, shitlibs? Holy fuck! I wish I didn't have a headache so I could yell about this because it actually makes me angry. But the Washington Post is admitting what Ukraine's doing. They're admitting that Ukraine is putting their military shit in civilian zones. And that's why legally speaking, you can't accuse them of crimes against humanity. Legally, that's why. Unfucking believable. If there's a military equipment and the Russians are saying we are launching at this military equipment, it undermines an assertion that they are attacking intentionally civilian objects and civilians. So this is a researcher at Human Rights Watch's Crisis and Conflict Division who's working in Ukraine. It's almost like Russia isn't targeting civilians at all. And, Russia's using military equipment as an excuse to target civilians. That's what they're saying. They're trying to say that Russia's using the civilians as an excuse. Sorry, they're trying to use military equipment as an excuse to target civilians. Does that make more sense than them just targeting military equipment and the civilians being collateral damage, as horrible as it is? I'm not defending any civilians dying. I'm just saying Russia's not intentionally targeting civilians, and the Human Rights Watch is fucking admitting it. Unless you believe that Russia wants to target civilians and is just using military equipment as an excuse. Russia hasn't killed one civilian yet. I don't know if that's true. Come on. There's got to be civilians who have died as collateral damage. You know, as tragic and horrible as that is. Yeah, I don't think intentionally, though. I don't think there's much evidence for the intentional killing of civilians. Yeah. Yeah, we do know that from the pro-Ukrainian side, they've killed civilians intentionally. We have footage of it, right? We have video evidence of it. Yeah, apparently Human Rights Watch is bought out by Putin. Pretty fucking unbelievable. Are you guys looking at this? This is insane. I want to go on more of a rant about this, but let's just check back. Oh, God, if I didn't have this headache... By the way, we're going to do GTRP today, guys. We're going to, not for very long, but we are doing RP. We are doing RP today. Thank you, Fabian Liberty. Thank you. Okay, so this guy's name is Armchair Warband. He's making sure there's no TOS. And he's going to systematically debunk claims of Russian military losses. Caleb's clip with Jimmy Dore is up on Rumble.
I'm here with Caleb Mopp.
Well, you know,
YouTube serves in.
We should save that for tomorrow, okay? So check this out. The last 2 nights I've examined easy cases, the T-72B3 and the Ober 2016 and BM3. Both of these are only used by Russians, so misattributors risk is low. Today we look at the BMP2. As can be seen in the prior tweet, the BMP2 is an old Soviet workhorse that is widely used by armies worldwide. How bad can this get? Oryx claims that 68 were destroyed. I verified 12 with 3 possible. Spare you for having to read the 12 3 tweet and spare me having to write it. I'll post the verified losses here and describe how I verified them. So using his index numbers, 5 out of 6. I don't think Ukrainians would shoot ATGMs at their own stuff. Giant V marker on the trim plate that looks like a gym bag in Russian camouflage. Z mark on the side plate. Holy shit, they're lying about the fucking losses of tanks. Holy fuck. Unfucking believable. This is the Snake Island 13 guy who's supposed to be dead. He was supposed to be dead and he's alive. Unfucking believable. Guys, moment of silence for the Snake Island 13 who supposedly died. Russian warship, go fuck yourself. They surrender anyway. The ghost of Snake Island. Azov interview on Al Jazeera.
All before years.
Some call them neo-Nazis, others say they're one of Ukraine's.
Hold on, let me just make sure there's no like.
So some trouble.
Muslims from Azerbaijan.
Okay.
From here, all before years.
Some call them neo-Nazis, others say they're one of Ukraine's toughest fighting forces. The Azov Battalion was formed in 2014 during the Russian annexation of Crimea. It began life as a volunteer force which then became part of Ukraine's armed forces with public links to far-right groups. In 2016, the United Nations accused it of violating international humanitarian law. In 2019, 40 US Congress members unsuccessfully tried to designate the Azov as a foreign terrorist organization. During this war, they've become the main fighting force in the besieged southern city of Mariupol. We also have a reputation. We began by asking them if they were a neo-Nazi organization.
Sorry to say this, but the image of us as neo-Nazis was created by Russians in 2016, after Azov liberated Mariupol from Russia. Our volunteer fighters then became part of the Ukrainian army.
There's a video on the National Guard of Ukraine Twitter account which clearly shows some of your fighters greasing bullets with pig fat with the message, "Dear Muslim brothers, in our country you will not go to heaven, go home please. You will not be allowed into heaven. Here you encounter trouble, go home please." That kind of thing makes you look like neo-Nazis.
I love how Al Jazeera only talks about, well, what about the Muslims? Muslims are very small minority in Ukraine. Okay, what about the Russians? As a Muslim, this is extremely anti-Muslim behavior. Okay? Muslims are 1% of the Ukrainian population. And Al Jazeera is focusing on shit that Azov said about Muslims in Ukraine. Not one word about the anti-Russian violence. Not one word about anti-Russian violence against ethnic Russians.
We have Muslims from Azerbaijan fighting for us. Let me give
those are Turkic nationalist, atheist, pagans. They're not Muslims. Okay?
you one example. In my unit, we have a Muslim from Azerbaijan. He is fighting like us.
But
that's not a fucking Muslim. That's a pagan.
When people think of the Azov battalion, particularly internationally, they do think of neo-Nazis. You guys have an image problem. How are you dealing with that?
We have Russian propaganda, a fifth column that spread all over the world. It's not a surprise. that they created this neo-Nazi image for us.
They also hijacked the election from Hillary Clinton, and they are the reason why Mrs. Clinton lost the election. They also tried to steal the election from Joe Biden. They're backing Donald Trump and also are responsible for Tucker Carlson's words. He is a Russian agent. You must send him to re-education immediately.
So now we are speaking publicly. Come talk to us and you'll see we are not.
The Azov Battalion.
If I hear this correctly, the guy's translating sounds like an Arab Russian English accent.
Understands it has a neo-Nazi image problem, but to change it will require support from the rank and file, many of whom are suspected of having far-right links. Russian forces are just a few kilometers from here, but the Azov Battalion have another fight on their hands if they want to change their image from
Wheel swastika, but it is an ancient symbol of peace, not neo-Nazi. Yes, we have picture of Hitler, but he was also famous painter. We have history of famous painter who came to liberate Ukraine. We call him just like Ghost of Kiev and Ukrainian Reaper. We have the Austrian painter who also came to Ukraine to spread freedom and democracy against the Russian propaganda.
Being a neo-Nazi organization.
They were not Nazis. Nazis are Putin. The Austrian painter was not a Nazi. Isn't that Adolf Hitler? No. That was a different Hitler. This Hitler was different. He was Western, democracy, German. The other Hitler was Russian. The other Hitler was Russian clone invented in Stalin laboratory. That was clone. That was bad Hitler. Good Hitler was Austrian painter.
To being a nationalist fighting force. Perhaps the bigger fight, though, is within their members internally and how that will go down. Imran Khan, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Is his name Imran Khan? His name's Imran Khan? What the fucking hell? Tell me all your sweet, sweet little lies. Russian patriots are panicking right now because of negotiation news. They have PTSD from and 2 Minsk agreements. In early March, Dugin said that no bad news from the front can scare Russians as much as... Yeah, because historically, the Russians, for whatever reason, the Russian leadership that leads these negotiations have a history of being conciliatory and very charitable, right? And that's what these Russian patriots are scared of. They're scared that these fucking liberals... You know, who's that oligarch who's part of the Russian negotiations? He's an oligarch, Abramovich or whatever. I think they're scared of people like that who are gonna fuck. That would be the worst fucking thing that... Holy shit. Yeah, they got betrayed in all of these negotiations. They got betrayed from this one, and they got betrayed in these two, right? So they're really scared that Russia's gonna cuck itself out. Yeah, the Kadyrov, oh my god. Let me tell you what. If Russia folds in these negotiations, that'll be so dishonorable. That would be so fucking dishonorable. God damn it. Okay. Also, Russia started moving troops from the Kiev front in Belarus several days ago. A lot of people saying, oh, Russia's retreating from Kiev. No, they're not. They were leaving several days ago. It's not part of their operations right now. Russia was not even trying to take Kiev. We know that now. They were there to destroy the military infrastructure that was based in Kiev. They weren't there to actually take Kiev. Yeah. So Mendiski quotes Ukrainian demands. Then the media says that those are the terms Russia accepted. Why? Just fucking lying media saying that Russia accepted demands based on zero evidence. The Russian delegation arrived in Istanbul for talks with Ukraine. The first in-person negotiations in weeks. They will take place at Dolmabahce Palace on the banks of the Bosphorus, the last residence of the Ottoman sultans. You know what fucking ruins it though? Like you're saying, oh, this is the palace of the sultans, and then you just got this air conditioning shit right here. It just ruins everything. They bombed a residential building for no reason. Scumbags. Like, this ruins the mystique of being the last palace of the Ottomans. You just... What is this shit? This is AC. Okay? Yeah, it is. These are AC pipes. These are literally pipes. Okay? It looks ugly. Yeah, it's like a radiator or whatever. Yeah, they're water heating pipes. Okay? Whatever, fucking assholes. It's not as... Okay, it's related to something relating to temperature control. Look at this guy. This is the Ukrainian mayor. Average Ukrainian mayor. Ready? I love when some of these girls write, remove the artillery from the city. Maybe we should remove the soldiers too, huh? And hello, Russians, come on in. So he's basically saying, we're going to hold you hostage and we're all going to die. What's that from? What's that movie where like you had this like out of touch elite who's like, all right guys, we're all going to die for me. Like what? What's that movie? Was that in Shrek? It was it? What part of Shrek? Was that Shrek? No, I think it was another movie. No, that wasn't Lord Park. I'm not talking about that. Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. No, not that one. It was like, fuck, what movie was it? It was a TV show, I think. It might have been a TV show as well. No, not Elysium. What the fuck was that? The next person who says Shrek is getting banned for 20 days. It might have been HBO's Rome. No, it wasn't. It wasn't HBO's Rome. No, not Spartacus. Fuck, what was it? It was like, I think it was like a survival movie. It was like a survival movie where like everyone was put on an equal playing field. And the rich guy was acting like such an annoying fuck who kept betraying everyone all the time. But they kept forgiving him. Alright, Etu, tell me what it is. It's not Train to Busan. Not Squid Game. Not Harry Potter. It's not fucking Shrek. It's literally not Shrek. It was a TV show, I'm pretty sure. Fuck, what was it? Oh, God. Alright, I'm gonna move on. But this is such a bad look. Like, he doesn't even have a It's like he doesn't even have popular support. You know what this is? This is incel rage right here. This is like an abusive boyfriend who's holding their women hostage. The alternative would be betraying me, which you would never do, right? That's what it is.
Base.
Thank you, Stimberstone.
Infra 8 has Infra 8 SUNGORILLA. Infra 8.
Okay, let me tell you guys a rule of all reality. If your women are not behind you, you've lost all legitimacy. If you have to like tell women in your tribe like, "No, you must stand behind me." And they're like sympathizing with like siding with your enemy, you've lost all legitimacy. You've lost everything. You've lost all legitimacy. Women are not cowards, okay? They're not cowards. They're not cowards. If they're like entertaining the idea of welcoming in the Russians, it's because they don't respect you. It's not because they're cowards, it's because they don't fucking respect you. They don't like you. If they respected you, they would, they wouldn't. That's just the truth. Okay? You can deny the truth all you want. Tell me all your sweet, sweet little lies. Russians being greeted as liberators in Ukraine. Don't doubt it, bruh. Don't doubt it. Don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I didn't drink coffee. I don't do that. I don't drink coffee. Give me 1 sec.